It is 4 o'clock. I will call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We'll now go into oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matters scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone here that would like to address for closed session items? Thank you. Do we have any on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now go into the City Council closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have two items before City Council this evening in closed session. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel anticipates litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 2, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case.
Thank you. It is 4:01. We will now move into closed session and hope to reconvene as close to 4:30 as possible. It is 4:36. We will reconvene open session and report on any reportable action taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you. I invite you to please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing for an invocation or a moment of silence. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone that would like to come forth and do the invocation?
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this day. Thank you for this time we have together to talk about the business of this city. Lord, be with us as we go through the process and help us to do the right thing, allocate the money in the right place, focus on city and where this money will do its the greatest good. Lord, be with us, guide us, watch over us, and protect us. And all these things I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? You may be seated. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to state your name and address for the record, and I will continue to emphasize that the 3-minute per speaker time period will be adhered to so that City Council, in an orderly fashion, can proceed with its decision-making responsibilities this evening. Is there anyone that would like to come forth under oral communications? Please do so.
Ed McCurvey, District 4. I have a suggestion for Main Street. I'm not sure how viable this is, but the crosswalks, I think they were about $1 million to put in each one with the bricks. We consider taking those out, repurposing those somewhere else in the city when you remodel the road down here and to make it better. It's not working out real well. It was a big waste of money. Castle Avenue's on the agenda again. I can't believe we're 10 years, that school has been open for 10 years and we still haven't addressed the safety of that school, the ingress and the egress. We've been ignoring the safety for 10 years. We've been ignoring the issue for 18 years, and we haven't gone after the developer that owns the property on Castle Street that was agreed to in 2006 in this very chamber to get that street back into this process. Very disappointed. But it seems to me and to others on the outside that the city is willfully and knowingly neglecting the safety and violating the basic traffic standards of this city in favor of developers. That's how it looks from the outside. If we are going to go do the Westwood Bridge, which I understand there's some monies coming in from the county to help us with that, we need to make sure that that bridge is elevated and raised up for future flooding so that it's a long-term solution. The traffic there is actually pretty good, so it's not an immediate need, but the bridge is important, and if we're going to update that bridge to 4 lanes, let's make sure we raise it up and all the services are improved as a result, and that we definitely are ready for the next flood. I also noticed that the ARPA funds that are unrestricted funds in item number 12, I would really like to see us do something with those funds that solves immediate needs for the homeless, for the issues that we're facing. Those monies can go to things that we can use today at the Armory to fix those things instead of allocating for a bathroom remodel at the I guess it's the transit center. But we definitely have some money there, and we need to spend that money in the right place, in the right way. We need to address the safety issues on Castle. It is my sincerest hope that nobody gets hurt out there. Another child that was on FYI last week almost was killed, and this has been a lot of talk in District 4. It's not just an inconvenience. We're spending a lot of city services in that area to monitor the traffic, then those services can be used somewhere else. And that's a cost also that is borne by not addressing that Castle issue. And I certainly hope that we're not just dragging our feet to help a developer build his private area over there. It would seem to me that the benevolence of that developer, all the millions that he's made off of this city, would give that Castle Street back to us or make a deal to do that. I don't know why that's not happening, but it should happen.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Thank you. This is Greg Woodard. I'm Greg Woodard. 22 East Oak Avenue is one of my business addresses, Palace Kitchen Craft Bar. I'm coming to you tonight to really speak as not just as a downtown business owner, but also as a businessman and as a developer. I want to start off by, first of all, congratulating the council, Mr. Lawless, the entire staff, our city, for the great great results that have culminated in the Eagle Mountain Casino. It's top shelf, and it was greatly needed by our community, and we appreciate it. We're looking forward to receiving some residual overflow from all of the destination that this southeastern Tulare County can become. And as a gateway not only to the Sequoias, but all of the different activities and things that are available here for people that would like to enjoy it from out of our community, that will come and spend money here in our downtown and at our local restaurants and shopping. So congratulations on that. And I do want to say thank you for the overlays that we received on Morton Avenue. We got everything all the way from Westwood to Porter Road, and I want to say that we appreciate that. Main Street, I do have some concerns about the rehab of Main Street and Morton Avenue. I'm concerned about the timing. I realize that with progress, there's always pain. But I guess in your positions and staff's position, you kind of taken a Hippocratic oath, which is to do no harm. and I guess what I'm saying is try to reduce the pain on downtown business owners as much as possible with street closures and the time that you close it and the time that you do the construction. It's obviously very important. Some of the major times that the downtown business owners receive income is through the holidays. If I could make a suggestion, that the perfect time to go in and do things would be during the summer, and hopefully you could do it at night when businesses aren't open, and so they can reopen during the day. The other part of the Morton rehab, it seems like we're going to start with Putnam to Olive. Putnam to Morton, and then we're going to move hopefully the next year to Putnam to Olive, but then we're going to go right back, or maybe they're even going to cross. Sorry.
30 seconds to summarize.
So I'm concerned about the rehab of Morton. It's going to start in downtown, and I'm afraid those things, we need to make it more convenient. If you want to help downtown, please move up the microsurfacing and try to get Main Street to Indiana done as soon as possible. A lot of our population is obviously on the west side of town. I know a lot of folks that just won't drive their car down Morton Avenue. They appreciate their car too much. So please move the microsurfacing up on Morton Avenue. The only other thing I could say is that the ARPA funds that you've got available, I'm similar to my co-citizen back here. I would really like to see it used for something immediate, and I see a lot of different projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. The
Okay.
30 seconds are up. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so. Do we have anyone on virtually this evening?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now move into the scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for the council's time this afternoon, and what I think is a unique opportunity. Since I joined the city in 2006 as Administrative Services Director, I don't know that there has been 3 new members of council involved in a priority goal setting. There's always been, I would say, some continuity or those that are reelected. So a very unique unique time where, as we engage in this development of the city council's priorities as part of the budget development process, that there's 3 new members. And so I think that's a unique, very unique, at least in my experience, over almost the last 20 years. So using that as a framework, I guess just as a general report as to, in the prior city council's priority projects, essentially identified 12, which actually, if you unfold, is probably closer to 30 or more. But essentially grouped into 12 priorities, or called that a strategic plan, if you will. Here are the focuses that we wish to do. And so I wanted to begin, first of all, with kind of an overview of what those 12 were. And as part of the discussion this evening is a presentation on that, what its status is. Some of these projects are under construction and likely be finished in the coming fiscal year. Others have phases attached to them, especially in roads, which is a very large expenditure item. And given some of the comments, also how to not inconvenience a significant number of folks all at one time. So balancing budgets as well as impacts. So with that, based on what was last adopted by the City Council and the budget that was implemented and is currently in force at this point, and I do want to say this, I appreciate the City Council's, the scheduling of this was moved by a month, and as a with respect to all of the work that was done during the March flood events, which severely interrupted the budgetary development process, and appreciate that the council extended until up to October. I don't anticipate that to be the case to adopt a budget. I would say we're well on our way in this budget development. But it's really an important part of this is this evening's direction in terms of what are the projects that are already approved or in progress, or what is currently on the board, and are those maintained? Are their focuses shifted, or what are new priorities that are established? So, and with that, tonight is not an action meeting; it's a direction meeting, and to what extent your department directors are available to answer questions. And really intended to be kind of an engaging, kind of back and forth, question and answer, understanding kinds of things. So with that, I would say first and foremost has been the interim and new library facilities. And that, after February 2020, became a priority in terms of reestablish library services in the community. And I want to reinforce this. Porterville is very unique with the library. There are only 3 city libraries in all the Central Valley. Everything else is a county library. There are 3. There's one in Coalinga, one in Tulare, and one in Porterville. Every other library, if you hear about the Visalia Library, that's a county library, part of the county library system. So it's very unique to Porterville. Like I said, there are only 3 in all of the Central Valley. And if you looked at, prior to the library fire, our library served in large part the Central Valley. We belong to the Central Valley Library System, and the shelf of Porterville was shared up and down the valley as part of that system. And that goes to the investment that the city had made in its library. The county, as an example, it is its own taxing entity. Even though it's a county library, when you look at your property tax bill as a county resident, it says county library. And the county of Tulare has and the mayor and I have had a number of meetings with Supervisor Townsend on this issue, looking at this in a new library. The county of Tulare itself says that the county library system is a taxing entity, and it needs to be self-sustaining. It can't rely on support of the county itself and its general fund operations from property tax. That taxing entity needs to be able to stand on its own. So, and that's why you often see limited hours, limited staffing, and things of that nature in the county library system. And so by saying that, it comes with a lot of emphasis that that's been one of the hallmarks of people talk about growing up in the Porterville Library, and that's a unique experience because not many cities have that. You are one of 3 cities of the 50 or 60 cities in the Central Valley that operate a library. Kern County up to Stanislaus. So in 2021, an interim library was established, opened last summer, summer of 2022. There's a 5-year lease that was entered into in that facility. It was executed beginning in 2021, and so that was to provide time, and it has additional option years attached to that as well, should it be necessary. But to allow time to go through a design and really do a faithful process in terms of development, study, and things of that nature. And the city council appropriated to that. Appreciate Vice Mayor Carrillo's support in chairing a library facility planning committee. The needs assessment was done and presented to city council, which proposed a 40,000 square foot facility. There was also a siting analysis done, and a number of properties throughout the community were supposed, and the city council gave direction to pursue the acquisition of the approximately 4-acre site across from the South County Justice Center, and that was purchased in October of this last year for $702,000. So under property ownership now, the city council had given authorization to do a request for qualifications for design services. That is out. I think we received 7 responses, very high qualified folks. In fact, yesterday, interviews of those consultants occurred, and probably at your next meeting would anticipate a recommendation to proceed with a design firm, or give authorization to negotiate to begin on that. Nobody's real certain as to what the cost per square foot is. We use 30 million and that could be anywhere from 25 to 30 million. I'd rather tell you 30 million and it'd be 25 than tell you 25 and it'd be 30. But what the cost per square foot is kind of moved all around. Depends on cost of steel, which can fluctuate greatly, the cost of lumber, things of that nature. So recognizing that on the high side is 30 million anticipated, and again, it's a 40,000 square foot facility. City was successful in securing a $7.26 million grant from the state library system, and we have submitted a successor. And so under that round of funding, or under that program of funding, the maximum award is 10 million. And so we received 7.26 million, so the difference of that, the 2.74, has been resubmitted. We've continued to receive support from Senator Hurtado and Assemblyman Mathis for that project. And I was remiss in not adding to this project that the City Council had identified this as one of its priorities as well. You may recall earlier in legislative and budgetary. And Assemblyman Mathis did sponsor the $15 million request to fully fund the library. That has been submitted to Assembly Appropriations Committee. It's kind of uncertain now in terms of what the status of the state's budget is and to what extent budgetary requests are going to be considered. You probably heard me say that as well at the federal level. So there's just a lot of budget uncertainty when it comes to specific budgetary requests outside of programs that are authorized. And in this case, the $15 million budgetary request is a specific request of the Assemblyman for appropriation of the Assembly that would need concurrence from the Senate and approval from the governor. So that is in play. I just can't, I don't know what its odds of funding are. Assemblyman's continued to support the remaining up to the 10 million, as has Senator Hurtado. In addition to that, insurance proceeds continue to be evaluated, and there's been quite a dialogue about the different pools of funds, and Patrice Hildreth has done a great job in administering through the risk management all the different expenditures as they come from those different layers of the city's insurance. I think it's safe to account for probably 8 million towards the new, and that would be just construction costs. So something in the magnitude of 16 million is probably now the kind of all-in between the grant fund, what you have in hand today is probably 8 million, in or fire insurance proceeds for a new library, as well as the $7.2 million. I think there's a good possibility of the remaining $2.7 million being awarded as well. That will be somewhat dependent upon who applies. There's a certain appropriation of funds, and then that's dependent upon how many apply, and things of that nature. There was also just short of $200,000 in private donations that had been received that we continue to have earmarked for the new facility as well. There's been other conversations with other individuals and businesses talking about wishing to provide support. And those continue. There's nothing definitive in that regard, but certainly interest in how maybe over a 10-year period of time with community support, providing funding towards a new library development. So with that, it's kind of on the interim and new library. Happy to answer any questions or any further information that we can provide.
Council, on the library, did you have any questions, or were you okay with the information?
Yes, I don't have
Any questions, any comment? Councilmember Wyrock?
I didn't have this question until I heard that information. Thank you for sharing it. Once grant funds are agreed to, has there ever been a situation where the funds weren't delivered, that later it was held back for whatever reason? In other words, could we have a half-built library, then funding doesn't come through? Has that kind of
I'm
wrench
not-
been thrown in any grant funding that you're aware of?
Not that I'm,
Okay.
that's not been my experience. What would be, there was some concern about that, I'll just to be candid, about the Senator Hurtado's appropriation from the prior, on the $10 million for the EOC, and I'll talk about that. There initially was some conversation, given the state's budget, but that didn't, all of those were funded, and we've received our paperwork, essentially, to codify those funds.
Great, thank you.
Another? Thank you. We'll just move on then to the next one. Any-
Okay, yeah. Like I said, I don't want to race through it. This is hope to be a deliberative process.
Councilman Meister?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put it to the public. So we have about $8 million from the insurance still, correct? Okay.
We don't have, I'm just telling you kind of where we think it will fall approximately.
Okay, because didn't we use that money to open up the temporary library? Okay, so that,
There was interim library funds.
okay, got you. So we haven't received that insurance claim yet then?
Right, because we have not accessed that. There is another layer, and it's the largest layer, which we've not exercised anything in.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So I'm giving you the pragmatic response, expect 8 million. I'd love to tell you 10, and it might be.
I got you.
Well, and that's part of it. I mean, so this goes to how, so the assessment was done on replacing every little piece of the former library. And the date of its make and things of that nature, because it's not just, and Patrice would do it back, she's at her daughter's, she's being recognized right now, and so unexpectedly, so she asked if she could go. But it's a very deliberative process. We have a consultant, a third party that's assisting us through this claim. The expectation I would have is 8 million. If it's 10, great.
Gotcha.
I'd rather be very conservative in the estimate.
I had a vision I've shared with you for a memorial for firefighter Jones and Captain Figueroa, and I bring it to the public. I know that there's plans at the EOC to have a fountain of life, but I had a vision of how to memorialize these fallen firefighters for the public, and my vision is that we use brick from the library as a platform, and I just want to bring it to you guys and the people, and we have bronze statues of Captain Ray Figueroa in full gear with a falling axe, and and Patrick Jones with a hat backwards entering the library. That was my vision, and it's something that I'm going to work at. I know we can't talk it into existence. It's something that we have to go after, but it's a vision of mine.
And there are funds also in reserve that were donated by a number of groups towards a memorial. There was what was called the Children of First Responders that did a fundraiser, and Maria, I want to say 15,000. That's a magnitude number. 15,000 was they collected and donated, and we've held it in reserve for some type of memorial. And Porterville Breakfast Rotary Club has also done a donation and has more it wishes to donate as well.
That's wonderful. And of course, this is just an idea. I would want input from family, our firefighters, city staff, and of course, the council's opinion as well on it. It's just an idea that I had, a vision.
We can
Thank you.
bring that one up to discussion. Vice Mayor had a question.
I just had a comment. I want to thank you, council member, for that question about the funding, because that was actually, we just had a meeting with the Facility Planning Committee, and one of the committee members questioned that. So I guess as we start moving forward and it's exciting and we have this big project and we're talking about funds, there was a concern of our temporary library being open so long and that funding affecting the new library. And so we explained the difference of the different pools of funding so that it's clear to the community, so they feel more comfortable with that we're not having that temporary site open and then we're just, spending funds there that is taken away from the new library.
I want to thank you for, you caused me to remember to say something important that your predecessors did, which is to make an action that any funds received would be used for library purposes. You're not bound by that. The $8 million in library, in fire proceeds are discretionary. But it was the action of the councils ahead of you, prior, that said, no, those funds will be, that are received are going to be restricted, and so we have restricted them. So everything that has been, and that goes to, there's been a pretty lengthy, previously, which Patrice could do again as well, about the 5 different layers. One was just to remediate the site, clean up, and then you had temporary books, temporary equipment, temporary facility costs, and then you get into long range. And there was a bit of a weave that was done in trying to look at some of the stuff that we were purchasing on a temporary basis would have a long-term, what could, if you're going to buy equipment or furniture, what of this, even though it's, so trying to leverage those temporary or intermediate funds to a long-range purpose. And trying to get as much bang for the buck as possible. And I think Patrice and Donnie have done an amazing job with that. But I appreciate, I do want to just, because I hear that from time to time, I said, no, the action of the council was to restrict. I hear sometimes in the community, well, that you're going to use the money, I don't know, do something else. So.
Okay. All right. Then we'll just go on to the next.
Yeah, so, I would say this had been priority 1 prior to February of 2020, and then this became priority 2, which is street improvements. And this is based upon looking at what's called the Pavement Condition Index, which is looking at all city streets and targeting a 70%, which is considered good. A number of efforts have been taken, and you'll read about this in other communities where every piece of street is evaluated, not just initially, and this has been a project of enhancement, because at first it started on an entire street width. So Morton Avenue from east to west had a rating, but every block was different. And so over the last, I'd say 5 years or so, Javier, probably, or so, maybe 10, This has gotten much more granular to the block-by-block analysis. And so as different, Henderson Avenue, as an example, most recently was reconstructed, you know, and this is also important to note. So it's kind of like a new car. As soon as the street opens, it's not 100% anymore. It's 99, right? The value of that thing goes down immediately. And so it's just a general degradation, the hope that you get 20 to 30 years from a road before you have to reconstruct it. And then you have certain interim measures that you do, microsurfacing or a rehabilitation because the foundation's still good, and things of that nature. So based on that PCI study, and initially this started out just as an arterial collector designation, that whole PCI has now gone down to the residential streets. So every residential street has also been assessed. And that is how we work together on a proposed work program, looking at which streets, and then what kind of treatment based on that score is recommended for that. And I'll use Main Street as an example. Main Street initially was being looked at as I think a microsurfacing is how we started it. And then it was a rehabilitation, and then, so microsurfacing was you're going to put in, you know, half-inch of asphalt on something that's going to crack up in about 2 years. And then it was a rehabilitation, which would have been coming down to the foundation, and then it was recognized that the foundation, the cement that was Old State Route 65, is completely shot. And so it requires a full reconstruction. And so by each of those levels, you know, going from a microsurface, which might have been $500,000 for all of Main Street, became a rehab, which would have been, let's call it, you know, $1.5 million, which is now probably a $5 million project. So into a full reconstruction. So probably, I don't know, Javier, how deep or what's the dig down?
Well, initial designs we had at 2 feet, but knowing the complications that we have with old concrete slab areas and such, we're going to go in with a geofabric that will take the place of reworking the base so we can be in and out quicker with a reduced depth. In this case, we're at about 7 inches deep.
And you have different sediment types. So
Right.
Main Street itself isn't all one type of soil. You have a particular soil type between Morton and Putnam to Olive are two different kinds of, and it goes to where the river used to run through this area, and it left its fingerprints in this area from the time. So you have, so it's not the same. There's not going to be one type of, which is why it's been broken up into 2 different projects as well, and as well as from a time standpoint. It's been stressed very importantly, the time of construction on Main Street you have to be out by Veterans Day. Have to be out, because there's a Veterans Day parade. So whatever construction activities are there are over come Veterans Day, and then generally your next construction season can't be any sooner than Cinco de Mayo, because we have these parades that are of great importance to the community, and you can't interfere with them. So, and the number of activities that happen. So the one impact that it would be to a city activity, city event, which would be Pioneer Days. That's the one that would have to be looking at a different part of Main Street than it's typically hosted at, if being in construction, which I think we have bids coming the next meeting, correct? On Main Street?
On the June 20th meeting.
June 20th meeting to award, and it's been very clear, it's a very short construction season. You have to be out by Veterans Day. So all that just to say, so this PCI, which we do have, you have in your packet provided, was the updated as of last year. I think there's been some minor updates based on projects completed. Example would be the overlay that happened to Morton Avenue from Matthew to essentially 65, where that rating of that has gone up based upon the overlay that was done in that area, which bought about 7 years, 5 to 7 years before reconstruction is going to be necessary. But just speaking to what the different priorities have been from the large-scale reconstruction and rehabilitation, because those are the most costly activities. Main Street reconstruction, again, this went from a microsurfacing to a complete reconstruction just based upon the conditions of the underlying street from Morton to Olive. And again, Phase 1 is anticipated will be in front of you January or June 20th to award the bids to get to construction, which will have to be done no later than Veterans Day, and so as not to interfere with that. 2 is Villa Street reconstruction, which is that what's coming on the 6th?
Correct. We'll be reporting bid results.
Yeah. So, and I know it's a big shock, but it's bids are up. Cost of construction is going up everywhere, and so there will be what is it? 20%. It's about 20%. So. So as I indicated in here, Villa Street's about a $12 million project. That doesn't include the slough. So the slough bridge there is too narrow, and it would be replaced with the box culvert, and that's about $1 million project. Has its own environmental process, which we're in the process of. So that'd be a secondary project. So that does not include the bridge just north of Putnam on Villa. But again, that's between Olive Avenue and Henderson Avenue. Union Avenue reconstruction, Indiana to J. This was kind of an interesting one in the past because it's considered a residential street in our street network, but it functions as a collector, I guess I would call it, because everybody uses it to go around Olive Avenue. So it receives more than your customary traffic, and this has a lot of right-of-way acquisition. There's a house that has to be purchased that was mistakenly approved when it was in the county in the right-of-way, and so there's a house that needs to be purchased and some other right-of-way to account for curb gutter, sidewalk, and street lights as part of that project. Right now, that is about a $2.5 million project. Probably can anticipate it probably being more than that. But that's in right-of-way acquisition right now. Newcomb Street reconstruction between Morton and Olive. This is one that will go to construction this next year. So Main Street the first phase will go to construction next year. Newcomb Street, Morton to Olive Avenue will go to construction next year. That's a $6.34 million project. A lot of infrastructure being in all of these projects, Purple Pipe, pre-planning for tertiary treatment across the community as that unfolds itself hopefully in the community in the next 5 years. And I'll get to that about tertiary treatment. But so pre-planning, so any water pipes, any sewer pipes, any Purple Pipe, fiber, things of that nature all being put in to be able so that there's in notifications to all the utilities, because we do have a rule that once we do this project, there's no cutting of the street for 5 years. So all the utilities are put on notice that don't expect to come and pull a permit to do work in a street that was constructed 3 years ago, reconstructed. So that's Newcomb Street. Henderson Avenue's rehabilitation between Westwood and Patsy. This is the continuation of the project that happened up to Patsy from Newcomb. That is a about $4.3 million project, and it includes as well a new signal that would be installed at Matthew and Henderson Avenue at about $600,000. So that's under design, and I think that's one that we're anticipating going to construction this next fiscal year as well. And then Morton Avenue reconstruction between Westwood and Plano. I would say this is the beast, so to speak. It's about a $30 to $40 million. This really, Morton Avenue serves as the backbone of the community. Your largest pipes, water. It's how we move all utilities essentially up and down the community. It's very central to the city, east-west, and so storm drain, water, sewer, Purple Pipe, and especially Purple Pipe as on the different trailway systems, looking for those to become irrigated with recycled water in time as well. So as the development happens of the Santa Fe Byway and of the Butterfield Stage Corridor, both of those being planned to be irrigated with recycled water. And Porterville College, which will be relocating their playing fields, and if you're kind of following what they're going to be relocating their playing fields to this is a project that begins construction this summer. So their building plant will continue to build towards Plano, taking out the baseball field and softball fields there, and those are going to be relocated to the south of Jamison Stadium. And they are going to pre-plumb it to take recycled water, which would have to come down, in all likelihood, down the Butterfield Stage Corridor and then be looped into their system somewhere down the way, so that they can take those play fields off of the city's drinking water system as well. And then Castle Avenue Extension, Lombardi to Matthew. This was an item that was added by the council last year, and an appropriation of $2 million to facilitate the development of that. I've not been involved with that due to conflict of interest, but continued discussions have been with regards to the alignment of that and consistent with the interests of many parties out there. In addition to that, there's a lot of Measure R regional projects that are working right now. Most notably, to accommodate the runway extension project is a rerouting of Scranton Avenue between West Street and Westwood. It's about a $12 million project. The tribe and the city have some proportional shares on one roundabout, and then there is grant funds that have been received, federal grant funds received to do the second roundabout, upwards of $2 million, and then there's about a $8 million road in between, which right now Congressman Valadeo has provided what's called a community project funding of $3.5 million, and again, that is subject right now to whatever federal budgetary agreements are made in DC, which is a very unsettled issue right now. And in this regard, this is where Measure R regional funds have been programmed because it serves a regional purpose in this area of alleviating traffic off of 65 and 190. So that's a project that's of great significance right now. We also have programmed $5 million of those dollars into the widening of Olive Street Bridge over the Tule River. Last year, so Westwood Bridge was a priority for the widening, and there was pursuits because the bridge is owned half and half. The county has half of it, or is it a third and two-thirds? What's that?
Yeah,
Who's got a third?
City.
Yeah, so the county's got 2/3 of Westwood Bridge, and the city's got a third of that. And that was a shared interest to look at that widening. This was before the flood events, but look at the widening as part of consistent with the circulation elements. FHWA, Federal Highway Administration, which oversees the bridge programs, said there's nothing deficient about that bridge. It is stable. The traffic counts on it. There's nothing that warrants a widening of that bridge or any improvements. And so the pivot came to Olive Avenue, or Olive Street Bridge, which is a county bridge outside the city. But looking at how the city and the county interface in this area, the interest was to have that be a 4-lane bridge. FHW, again, because it's narrow right now, that is not to design standards, federal design standards of a bridge. It's way too narrow. In fact, there's been a number of fatalities and severe injuries on that, including to Porterville police officers on that. That was a project of great significance. FHWA found that it did not need 4 lanes. But I think given the shared interest in the presentation of the council last year, it was found direction was given to program $5 million of Measure R regional funds into that bridge so that it would be widened to 4 lanes. And that's a project that's probably 7 years away. It's currently going through environmental review. But and then the respective agencies would have, the county would have obligations to the west from an alignment standpoint, because you're going to have to widen out a certain period, a certain amount of feet. I don't know what the entrance would be, Javier, but the bridge is going to be 4 lanes, so before you get to the bridge, there's going to have to be a 4-lane transition as you're coming up Olive Avenue to the east. And then the city would take on responsibilities of the other side of the bridge. And so we call that the Olive Avenue Gateway Project, as you're now essentially, although most of this area is in the county, it will be in the city at some point, and that's a gateway entryway into the city. And so to improve that corridor, and it's estimated that it's about a $15 million improvement project, curb gutter sidewalks, median improvements, to make it look and feel like a city, you're entering the city of Porterville. And so that's, again, that's been a Measure R regional funded project. So essentially $20 million as part of that general improvement effort. So right now, really no design efforts that are going on that right now, but it will be a significant, probably about 7 years from now. And right now, the bridge is the critical path in getting through all of the permitting and design efforts on that. So, and then two bridges that are also anticipated. The improvement of Teapot Dome is part of the considerations as well, not to widening the 4 lanes, but improving the 2 lanes that is, as it is now, into essentially almost I'll call it a two-lane arterial. Is that what I should call it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, 2-lane arterial, so it would have landscaping on the sides and things of that nature. And there's a number of grant funds that are potential to be programmed in. That's estimated to be probably about a $15 million project to widen that and do the necessary improvements. The tribe has a proportional share in those costs as well as part of their EIS, which are supposed to be, the reconstruction of Teapot Dome is supposed to be done over about a 20-year horizon. That's what it said in their environmental impact report on that. And then other regional Measure R projects are 2 new bridges over the Tule River, one at Newcomb, and then one at Prospect Street, which would open up development on what we call SO2, which would be south of the Tule River between bounded by 190, 65, and Westwood Street. So those are the Measure R pieces. There's also, we have what we call our local forces maintenance. Mike Knights and the street crew, which is, it's about a $2 million a year operation. $1 million of it material, is that? Yeah. So, and that is a, depending on what so on a residential street, that is going to receive a treatment more like a cold mix overlay. Because you're not getting the same vehicular traffic as you are in an arterial collector. So, with the exception of Union Avenue, then and the hot mix overlay would be on your arterials and collectors. And so, Mike is working on right now a proposal. Do you have any? Did you want?
So I do have some maps prepared, should council have questions. The June 6th meeting will be coming to council for consideration on the designated streets. And those are all identified based off complaint base on potholes and that sort of thing as well. And then the PCI index that gives us the pavement condition and the focus area of improvements. Previously, we've done right around 20 lane miles throughout the city, a combination of pave-outs and patchwork with the hot mix overlay and then the cold mix applications as well through the last fiscal year.
Thank you.
So that's kind of an overview of the different street. Those are the priorities. So it's about 50 million just in the reconstruction, rehabilitation. We also have microsurfacing, and again, the pattern that we've used for microsurfacing is to go back to reinforce streets that have been newly constructed. And I'll use Henderson Avenue as an example. So Henderson Avenue, the portions of Henderson Avenue that was reconstructed, about, what did we say, 7 years or 5 years, Javier?
5 years.
5 years after that completion, to come back and put, it's kind of essentially an armor all on the top of that to try to get another 5 to 10 years of useful life from that street and those are on new streets. So significant street looking at for 23 is West North Grand as a good example. So that was a street that was reconstructed, and actually we're probably a little bit, we might closer to 7 years maybe on West North Grand.
Yeah, on the east half that we
So
did.
that one will be a priority project to get that micro-sealed. You know, that was a $7 million project back in the day. So to make sure that that street, you know, continues to that. I think Orange Avenue was another, is it South Main? There's a number, we have a number of them that will be subject to next year's budget. And again, that's specific to streets that have been rehabilitated or to try to, because that's really providing that extra protection to a street that's been reconstructed or rehabilitated, and provide extra years. So with that, like I said, Mike has kind of the preliminary, what you would be seeing 2 weeks from now. If you have any questions on that or any streets.
Thank you very much, especially that previous council and those of us that continue do want to make the street projects are a priority for everyone, all members of this community. And I do take into consideration Mr. Woodard's comment with regard to Main Street and the business owners. And I'm certain there is a plan for the phasing of sections and the rerouting, and working with the business owners to that regard so I'm hoping for something that is positive to that regard.
It is. We plan to, again, like Mr. Lawless covered, starting construction mid-July, ending by end of October to give us about a week buffer in case something does go over, to be fully open by Veterans Day. And our plan would be, if we do a road closure, it'd be block by block. So it wouldn't be, we're cutting off entirely Putnam to Olive. It'll be those intermediate streets, and only as necessary. The plan is to try and put everything back at the end of the workday.
Thank you so much. I wanted to hear that myself because it is a concern for the people on Main Street. And I know that he's not the first one that has asked me as to what the plan of action is, but I just want to make certain that there is communication to that regard, and I'm grateful that you have the answer.
And if I can add, just as a project scope, so this is just within the curbs. Does not include the intersections. Those are under, so in the project, as it's being designed, it is between curbs, so it doesn't get into the landscape barrier, in the landscape medians or things of that nature at this time. So the project as it was developed and directed by council is to, and there's been discussions about a different theme of Main Street. You know, with the Iris Festival no longer a thing apparently, whether or not there should continue to be irises in Main Street. I think the chamber is wanting, I don't know, there's a number of ideas that are being, you know, the chamber has transitioned from the Iris Festival to a spring festival. There's been question about what is the theme of Main Street. I'm not qualified. I mean, in the end, the city council is going to make the decision what the theme of Main Street is, given you're paying for it. But where that would come, so the road reconstruction pieces between the curbs, outside the medians, are from Morton to Putnam, and then Putnam to Olive. Different seasons. Third season, so 23, 24 would be the first phase, 24, 25 would be the second phase. And in addition to that would be the improvement of the JCPenney site, which would receive a box culvert treatment and would be, as proposed right now, to be an extension of the parking lot that is there adjacent to that. as well as Sam Zen from the Vault has expressed an interest to acquire part of that as well for an outdoor component to his restaurant, which would be, right now, it's probably not in his interest to talk about acquisition because I don't think he wants any part of a $1 million improvement project. So, as well as to deal with any of the environmental things that we're having to deal with Fish and Wildlife. So, making those improvements, and then having a successor conversation with the Vault about acquisition of part of that for an expansion of the Vault restaurant. And then it's been proposed for additional parking in support of South Main Street, given a lot of development that's happened in that vicinity with the South County Justice, or the District Attorney's Office, Public Defender's Office, Educational Employees Credit Union. It's good. It's been great activity that's in job development that's occurred on South Main Street, at that part of South Main Street. So Baker Sierra, I mean, there's just been a lot of great activity in development in that area. So that's in phase 2, and then phase 3 is to come back to the separate intersections, and it was proposed to do decorative asphalt in each of those and have a historic, whether they be flags, the farmer statue, different, iris, I heard, having a compass rose here in front of City Hall with the city's seal in it, an iris in one of them. I mean, but it would have an artistic element with decorative asphalt instead of just being standard black pavement. And then with that as well would be, so that's all thematic, and what is the story that those different murals that are in the street tell, and then how does that complement the different landscape mediums? So that's it. I just want to frame that was the idea, is that let's do the infrastructure and then worry about the what it looks like, or what's the thematic unit of this as part of not only the art, the proposed art in the street to highlight downtown, but as well as what are the look and feel of the different mediums.
And I want to thank you for that information. I also want to make one comment, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues for their input. There are also numerous business owners that have been waiting for Main Street to be, for the TLC on Main Street for several years, and every year they have asked us, well, when is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? So I want to say thank you. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. I'm going to start with Councilmember Beltran. Did you have any questions on the street improvements?
Yeah, I love all these projects. I mean, as everybody knows, these are much needed. And I know the city had been working on these, and it's just to express to the citizens, it takes time to, not only on the funding side, but the design and all that. So these projects are coming. I did have just 2 brief questions on the Olive Bridge, there where this traffic will be coming in and out of through the Summit Charter Schools. Is there a plan for a light there? Because the traffic, it's really bad, gets backed up on that area. I know this is just a street improvement and expansion of the bridge, but I'm like, the traffic there's
no design element in mind right now, but it would be acknowledged that some type of traffic control would need to occur at that intersection.
Okay, yeah, I travel there, and it's scary sometimes to see the cars pull out, and because the bridge is coming over, you don't see, and if people are speeding, so I'm just...
Can I just share a thing that has stuck in my craw for a long time about this?
Please do.
So when Lombardi School was built, the city proposed, when stuff wasn't moving forward on Castle, to have an outlet at Nancy. And the school district came here and showed a video, Don Brown did, of saying how dangerous this was, that we can't have cars coming from a 55 into a 35 and it's coming to a complete stop. Oh my God, it's dangerous. And then what happened on Olive? They dumped a road right out by a bridge that's at 55. It doesn't even come to a stop, it comes to a 35. So I'm sorry, that sticks in my craw, that apparently there's no consistency on anything these days.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Explain it to the constituents. The state does this, and we're as a city.
This was the county and the school
Well,
district.
yeah, the city's trying to fix it, much like the Lombardi issue is, things were done before it was annexed into the city or become city kind of responsibility, and we're trying to clean it up. Unfortunately, it has taken a long time, but there are meetings that are continuing with that. And I'm glad to see that the $2 million were appropriated to help that castle project come to fruition soon, I would say. So, yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Wyrock? Councilmember Meister?
Well, I have a couple questions. One, a constituent brought up the brick on Main Street, and the number was thrown out of $1 million for each path. Is that accurate?
I-
So let's say Morton and Main, there's brick pathways for the crosswalks. Was it around $1 million to do each one of those pathways? That was thrown out.
No, I would say in the dollars that were done, when it was done, probably 100,000, so it'd knock off a zero.
Okay. And then, so another question, will it increase the cost on Main Street to work around those brick?
I mean, yes and no. Yes, because there's going to be a terminus that they'll have to work up to, but two, it gives us a convenient place to stop and avoid expanding road closures if it comes down to that.
So there's not going to be a significant increase then to work around the brick?
No, because we're going to restrict that we don't want the street entirely blocked off from Morton to Putnam. It'll be block by block, trying to minimize impact on the businesses.
I think what that gets to, so what, 30 years ago? I don't know, is when Main Street went from one-way to two-way. I mean, this was
Like 2000.
your predecessor spent a lot of time talking about this and wanting to have the brick, the brick sidewalks
pathways,
and the brickways and having that historic feel to downtown. And they had to redo the bricks because the first time that it was done, it was messed up. And so they had to come with you're asking, I was in high school when all this was happening. So I've just heard the horse stories afterwards about it. So, and there was, as Baldo would say, there was, what does he say? Thousands of dollars and millions of lives lost in that one. So so they fixed it. And it was a matter of making sure they didn't fall. It wasn't done right the first time, and so they had to come back with a successor project and redo it. And when we did this project, the particular direction was don't touch the bricks. So just let us know, we'll touch the bricks.
Gotcha.
You make this decision.
Yes.
It is.
Well, it's the.
I have
the
said, nothing is
dais.
more important to a council than what your community looks and feels like. So if you don't want the bricks, just say the word and we'll take them
Well,
on.
I guess what I'm getting at is you hear the 20% inflation on roads, right? It's going to cost 20% more for roads. We're paying prevailing wage on roads, which doubles the price, give or take, right? And so we get less roads for our dollar. And so you start taking the looks to just having a fresh road, a road that's drivable. Here's a question, it's just kind of outside the box thinking. With paying prevailing wage, I know grant money has the strings attached. We have to pay out prevailing wage or find union-based companies. And I hear staff talking, you guys do about 20 miles a year of overlay. That's somewhat give or take.
Yeah, plus or minus, just depending on the road sections.
So I, just doing the math here, I mean, I'm counting over $40 million in road repairs. And I'm wondering if there's a cheaper way to do roads so that we could get more roads for our dollar. And, with our own tax dollars, if we didn't pay prevailing wage, what would the consequences be?
So it's not apples to apples. So our efforts are at a much lesser scale than a reconstruction or the projects that are being described. So we're going in essentially putting in an 1.5-inch cap over the existing base. So our efforts, be them bridging gaps of projects. So essentially, we're not going to come in and be able to put in all the infrastructure, let alone the design, environmental process, all the infrastructure to be able to reconstruct Morton from Westwood to Plano. So, I mean, that's fair to say. So then you have to phase it out. So I would think citizens and comments shared tonight, there's areas in Morton that needs attention in advance of the overall project, like described in the staff report. So what we would do is the staff would evaluate the PCI for those road sections and do a lesser approach to go in and mitigate the current conditions of the road and give the end result of a smooth road for a short time period. So that road may not last on that 1.5-inch cap, may last 3 years, it may last 5 years. So that's where the coordination internally bridges those efforts. It is an expenditure, but it's not to the extent of a prevailing wage reconstruction. So it's a Band-Aid, if you will, to provide a sense of relief on the community and the roads traveled while the project is being designed and implemented in the phases that are manageable, both to the budget and to the overall project.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
No, finish. I wanted to, I'm talking to the city attorney about something that I need to codicil, because it goes to bigger understanding, but I don't want to break your line of questioning.
Well, yeah, and I think you guys are going to talk about prevailing wage, and I don't exactly know the rules all the way through. That's why I'm giving some outside the box thinking here and trying to find a way to get more road for a dollar. And so I was thinking if we put more money towards Michael Knight's staff in doing some of these projects, that may happen. And if we had to hire more employees, maybe get more equipment, but the amount of money that's being spent, just the thought. Now, reconstruction, I get what you're saying, and I imagine there isn't too many companies that can do reconstruction that aren't union-based already, right?
Well, you're going to pay prevailing wage anyways on any kind of project like that.
What's that? Well, so there's a number of legal things in play here, too. So there's contract code. We can only do maintenance. And we can't, you can't self-perform reconstruction.
Okay.
Your charter won't allow you to.
Right.
Even if you could theoretically under the law, which I don't think you can, but even if you could, our charter, which, we've tried to change with regard to the threshold numbers, wouldn't allow for it. We have some exceptions and we do allow for maintenance and we can do that under the law, but our hands are pretty tight. Prevailing wage is probably not where we're going to be looking to save money if we're trying to find ways to save money.
So, but where this does, and I mean, this is part of the discussion internally. So if you do a microsurface, you have to be very careful because that's not considered maintenance. So if you have ramps that are not ADA compliant or not to the current, you have to do, so you have ADA ramps that then you have to do at $15,000 a piece. So that, you're right, and that what we were.
Prevailing wage law also says you can't segment things in order to avoid prevailing wages. So we have to look where there's a logical reason, aside from prevailing wages, to keep it under the prevailing wage threshold. We can't just do it to keep it under the prevailing wage threshold.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
And I'll go a step further. I've shared this as well. So for the developers in the room, the next place that's going to come is streets. So when a developer does a street and performs that and then turns that over to the city, that is eventually going to become a prevailing wage activity because it's considered a public works.
It's already a very heavily litigated area in California.
And there's already been legislation introduced to make that a prevailing wage activity.
I think to myself, if we're our own charter or our own, how is it
Well,
that
let me
they
tell
can
you-
hold
Oh,
us to this?
Okay.
So this is how this
Would you like
works.
that? Yeah, would you like the primer on this? So technically, we are not subject to prevailing wages if you never want to ever accept another state dollar for anything.
Or federal dollar.
Or federal dollar, because, it triggers it
They
too.
both go away.
So So you're right. I mean, under the law, it says that prevailing, if we want to use only local funds for everything, because the minute we use it on anything, prevailing wages, according to the law, is triggered on everything else. It's already been fought. That battle was fought and lost like over a decade ago now. So, yeah, it's very frustrating, but
So
It is
what,
what it is.
what is considered to be local funds is really only Measure H and Measure I. So the sales tax that we receive is the states, what they choose to share with us under a formula. Property tax is the states, which they choose to share with us under a
So-
formula.
but my point is.
What we need to do is figure out a way to create a tax system where we capture our own tax dollars in this community, and then we give it to the state, and when the state sanctions us, we tell them,
Tell
minute
them
you-
you
we're
so-
sanctioning
So the
them
minute
back.
you give the state your money, you've also triggered prevailing wages when they give it back to you. I mean, it's crazy. That's how crazy the law is. The law is insane. So it used to be that we could, if we did wholly local projects, even if we were using state grant-funded money on a different project that was subject to prevailing wage, if we were doing another project with wholly local funds, we didn't have to follow prevailing wages. That's where the legislature got, discovered that, made a law, and ultimately that law was upheld. It actually went down and then it came back up. It was a process, but we now have settled law that we're subject to prevailing wage. If we accept any state money for anything, we always have to pay prevailing wage.
thank you guys for that. I know that I'm
No
bringing
problem.
some.
No, it's great
Probably
because
some
every
would
once
say
in a while it's
crazy
good to
ideas,
have this
but
conversation, so it's
yes,
great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
And good try trying to save money for more roads. I think, John, just remind me so I don't start going off on something different, but, so when we start talking about adding different suggestions for streets and areas and things like that, I know we already have all these, and to me, I even drove by a few that I wasn't very familiar with to just kind of have a visual. But when we start adding those, or suggesting those to the council and to staff for feedback, when do we do that? Is that during this time? I know we're planning and we have a good outline of an overwhelming amount of projects here.
So that's a great question. So you had in your packet provided the 10-year CIP. And on there is, and I would say that's the tool that it's been as a matter, where is this? So you can go, where's this street? You go to the street and you look across the year. And if you don't see
Yeah.
the year, that means it's not on the work program yet. So that would be one way to get, and then always is it's your priorities. These, as I introduced this, so these were the priorities as established by the council this time last year, a month earlier, and budget was built around, and we're in the same process right now. So we are in the process of defining the CIP, which is the largest part of the budget, because these are, I mean, this is a $100 million work plan for the next year. And streets is a significant part of it. I estimated if everything comes, it's going to be somewhere around $25 to $28 million of road construction, just road construction next year. That doesn't count $2 million out of Mike's stuff. I talked about microsurfacing. There'll be probably another $2, $3 million of microsurfacing. So you'll be well above $30 million, pardon me, in road work next year.
Thanks. And then my next question is, you talked a little bit earlier about the purple pipe in certain areas and certain projects. Which of these will be incorporating that at this point? How will we know that? Is it the reconstruction
Yeah.
projects?
So when we reconstruct, that's a great question, thank you. So when we reconstruct, which means you're removing, you're taking the foundation
Okay.
out as well, that's when those, in a rehab, you're keeping, are we doing any pipe stuff with rehabs?
No.
Yeah, we're doing a little bit on Henderson, aren't we? Were we trying to, at Matthew?
In places, yes, for tie-in points and. So in places, yes, tie-in points and that sort of thing, but the heavy reconstruction for the older water mains and sewer pipes and that sort of thing, including purple pipe, is in the reconstruction phases of these roads.
Right. Because essentially, you're not going down, I mean, because you go down, what, Mike, 8 feet? When you put in,
if not deeper.
Yeah,
Some areas.
10 feet. So obviously, if you're only doing a rehab, that means you're keeping the foundation and only building on top of onto that.
Okay. Those were primarily my two items. I did want a reminder about the JCPenney lot. Like, I remember it being very complicated why that was an issue. Is that a
Yeah.
brief thing?
So what was there before, when it was JCPenney, was just a wood floor over the waterway. And that, I mean, that was the basis of the Smith lawsuit against JCPenney, I believe, was that they lost. So in the end, the property was donated to the city because nowhere else are you going to find $1 million project to get to. I mean, there's lots of other property in this. This is one of those, I like to say, why government exists, because no one's going to spend $1 million making a piece of dirt buildable. When you have other.
Its best use was for governmental purpose.
Right. I mean,
Private development
yeah,
is too expensive.
Thank you. I
unless
just
somebody
wanted-
would like to do it, that'd be great.
I just wanted to be clear in my head as we keep talking about that. I'll remember. Thank you. Those are all that I have.
Thank you. I want to make one comment before I turn it over to Councilmember Wyrock. The only comment I want to make is, over the years, we've had several people that have complained and maybe have indicated that their street should be done first before others. However, I want to remind everyone that a lot of them are annexed areas with severe stresses, and a lot of them are on the list for sewer infrastructure that has to be done first before the road can be fixed. That's the only comment I'm going to make. Councilmember Wyrock? Yeah.
Thank you, and all these comments have really helped me understand where we're going in the next couple of years or where we want to go. I really see roads as an improvement for our families, the whole community, public safety. I like seeing in these reports, I really appreciate the staff, the financial staff, preparing these reports for all these different improvements and these strategies in these different areas. It was very helpful. I'm very pleased to see even budgeted monies for this this upcoming year for ADA improvements throughout the city. I was looking at this, next thing was, under the Bridges and Streets projects, the Morton Avenue Rehabilitation Construction Project. I was looking at some calendar years, further out, and a lot of these plugs seem to be about the same amount. So there's no increase, like 6% per year, so we should be looking at 12% more, or are these prices all about the same because road lengths are shorter or longer?
Generally, there's a 3%.
3%?
Typically, there is a multiplier, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then it's also very good to see in here the amount of money being spent on street lights and lighted crosswalks. I think they're all in this part of the package, right? I think we picked some great locations to install them, but I did have a question about one of them. It looked like it was $600,000, but other ones are only $60,000. And I was just wondering if that might be a typo. I could maybe find it here. But at any rate, I'm sure we'll look into that. Let me find it real quick, since I brought it up. Oh, it might be under street lights. That's what-
Well, so.
In the street light, in the signals. Yeah, it's Henderson at Matthew at $600,000.
Yes.
But at Putnam and West Putnam School, it's only $60,000.
Where was the second one?
Under rapid flashing beacons, pedestrian crossings.
So that would not be an LED crosswalk. So LED crosswalks are about $50,000, $60,000 to put the flashing lights in the street.
Okay.
The new thing now is called Hawk systems, which are basically pedestrian streetlights, and those go for about $500,000 apiece.
Okay.
And we have 3 of them that were funded by ATP. So there'll be 3, there'll be one at, oh, help me, guys. Along the Butterfield Stage Corridor. So 2, one at Henderson and one at Morton. Olive?
Yeah, and the more expensive ones are on
Not on
arterials
Morton?
and collectors as well.
Also Morton.
Also Morton, and then we got a 4th one then for Plano at to cross. We had folks that said they wanted to, there was not a good place to cross Plano to get to Fallen Heroes Park.
And I could understand increased costs for the arterials and the collector roads with heavier traffic. The last thing, I heard 1.5-inch cap on some of these roads that we might be, dressing them up a little bit. But I'd like to make sure that it's strong enough so that when our refuse trucks do U-turns in the courts, they don't just get torn up right away. So I don't know how we look at that, but, there were some layers put down in some of the areas in our District 4, which, kind of got chewed up right away, and thankful for street sweepers. Great report. Thank you, you guys. Thank you very much.
I have one more question.
Okay.
For crosswalks, and thank you, Don, for bringing that up, is there any plans for a crosswalk at Westfield and Lombardi in that area?
Not that I'm aware of.
Westfield and Lombardi has,
There's one that says for 2022, 2023.
Okay, well, thank you.
yeah, it's in
It's
there.
on here.
It was designed last year, I think, as a priority project.
on here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does council ask all their questions to this regard? Okay. And we'll move on to the next.
Nothing else on streets? Okay.
I think we've gotten,
It's always the one that has generally the most attention. Next was tertiary treatment, and this has been a important, like I said, this has usually been number 2, but now number 3, in terms of transitioning to recycled water, especially of city parks and school sites to get them off of the city's drinking water system. And most notably is what will soon be turning hopefully the spigot over in July, August? On the mini plant that was constructed as part of the casino project, $50 million project. We did receive a couple $1 million in grant funds through Senator Hurtado towards that project. And that's a proportional share, 1/3, 2/3, the city with 2/3 cost responsibility on that facility. But that gets to the broader, we did a feasibility study which talked about what was the best path forward for the city as it talks about implementing recycled water, and which is why we're putting, when we can, put purple pipe down, dark pipe down, so that it's ready to go in the future, hopefully in the next 5 or 6 years. It is and it's proposed to be phased. It's a $100 million project in its entirety, which includes a surface water treatment plant, which you would be mixing groundwater, surface water, treating, and I don't know that we're looking at mixing recycled water in that.
Yeah, we would be treating the effluent outflows from the wastewater treatment facility to tertiary standards to be land applied for irrigation use through open spaces in the city, just like you mentioned, schools, Caltrans, parks.
And then also to look at how agricultural uses could also, so when we discharge 5 million gallons a day of effluent. Just for comparison's sake, the plant that's out at the sports complex is 500,000. There's a 1 million gallon tank, it's 400,000 gallons a day. So, not quite 10% of our effluent use would be being treated. So, and I think that translates, it's about 5,000 acre feet of water a year that we have. It's not every day that you have new water that enters the system. And you do have agricultural interests that are very interested in new water. And the ability for us to, because you can grow consumable crops with that. You can grow citrus, you can grow nuts and things of that nature, which you can't do with effluent water. You can only do silage and cotton and things of that nature. You can't use it for potable or for consumable purposes. So so again, that's a total project's about 100 million. First phase would be about 60 million. And it's something that I know that Mike Knight is very poignant, and lots of conversations about how federal funding combined with state funding and local funding will at least get that first phase going. When we were in Washington, D.C., a lot of conversation about the federal government really can't pay more than 1/3 of the cost. So if you're looking at a $60 million initial phase, probably $20 million of federal dollars, and and this is out of some of the infrastructure monies that were set aside for water, wastewater. So 20 million federal, then you're looking at between state, which we continue to really reverberate on that the state of California withdrew a $3 million grant away from the city after it had committed it, and they just diverted it based on serving, having other connections, what do you call it, small system consolidations. So we continue to remind them that they okey-doked the city for $3 million, and now it costs you 20. So, and then probably with the local match of 20 million towards that $60 million project. And that would be a matter of essentially expanding what is occurring out at the sports complex out to the wastewater treatment facility, and being able to treat, I don't know, Michael, what are you looking to treat all 5 million? Yeah, so development of a couple of very large water tanks and,
Yeah, the study is continuing to be updated. This next fiscal year, you'll have staff reports come to council for consideration as we progress through the environmental phases of the project, identifying the scope, also looking for collaborations with the state on funding mechanisms. There's currently some monies for design and then monies for construction. As the city manager mentioned, in a phased approach is how we've tried to take a bite at this elephant, a bite at a time, and be able to implement the corrective actions, starting out with denitrification, then going into UV treatment, and then just like we talked about on the roads, not disturbing roads that have been reconstructed on that significant effort, those pipes being in place, ready as these projects align, have a distribution system able to produce and provide that service to the community.
Thank you. Council, did you have any questions on this part, on the tertiary treatment? Okay.
I was just curious, with those tanks being 5 million gallons that they would treat, would those be underground or above ground?
That will be a discussion for the environmental document and plans to come forward. Depending on the construction of the tank, a steel tank generally is above ground, but new technologies and processes being implemented, pre-stressed concrete tanks can be constructed. Those can be completely underground. They can be partially below ground and above ground. The considerations will be made in the plans coming forward to the sizing of those tanks, the placement of those tanks, and how that would work into the distribution system.
Because that would be all at the existing water treatment center out there, right, at the Corporation Yard area?
So the idea is to keep the area compact, right? So without having to create additional pumping infrastructure to move the water through town. So it would be localized there at the Corporation Yard, and then booster pumps or distribution pumps would then pump that out from the facility. So yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm imagining the tank that's out there at the casino, and I'm going like, okay, times that by X amount, and that's what's going to look like when you drive by that area. And so I'm like, okay, are they going to be halfway in the ground, underground, above? I'm visually trying to picture that. So thank you.
yeah, kind of the low-hanging fruit of that is Veterans Park, Wenatchee High School, West Putnam School, kind of being probably the first implementers of that in terms of probably Veterans Park first, just to make sure it all goes to plan, and then get the schools hooked up. So, yeah.
Okay, please ask.
Where's the nearest treatment facility like this type that's outside of the county?
Currently, Visalia has a treatment facility, but their exchange rate is with the irrigation districts. So they treat their wastewater, and then it's exchanged through the irrigation districts.
Okay, thank you.
They have a 2-to-1 exchange ratio, which given Sigma and the importance of water, I would think that there's a lot of discussion on how those partnerships will fare in the future, with water being most valuable resource in the area.
Yeah, one of my mentors, Mike Olmos, who was the retired city manager from there, he he said that wasn't a good deal for the city. He said water's water when it comes to ag. As I shared, that water can be used to grow consumable crops. They were told, no, it's really tricky and all this sorts of things. He goes, no, it wasn't. It should have been 1-to-1, and Visalia got took on that one by the, they can't wait for that deal to expire and be renegotiated.
Is Councilman, did you have one? Any question? No? Okay, we will now move on to the next one.
Yeah, so Community Recreation Center, this was, this came with the agreed upon sale of the Heritage Community Center to Porterville Unified, looking at establishing our own, was finding that shared facilities wasn't the most productive for either the city or the school district, so looking to have at our own city facility to be able to for city activities and other community activities. And so looking at a new recreation facility or community facility, and so was successful in applying for a Prop 68 grant, which we received $7.8 million towards. And in addition to that, also received a Clean California grant for $3.61 million, which is improvements along the Santa Fe Byway, which would be constructed just next to, or currently existing, and would be improvements consistent with that development. In addition, the council last year appropriated another $3.2 million in ARPA funds towards that project. And so that project's currently under design. It does need to be constructed by March of 2025. We are continuing to look at there's Measure R funds that could be under what's called the Active Transportations account, or air quality or active transportation, that could be used to do some of the outdoor amenities to that. So the focus has been to try to put as much of that, or all of the $7.8 million, as well as the $3.2 million to the facility itself. So if looking at, so that's almost $12 million of dollars established for the facility itself. There was a presentation, oh gosh, Donnie, 3 months ago when we began design. So so hopefully that will be ready to go. We'll have and that one may have some additional dollars attached to it, but we want to continue to look at opportunities with other grant funds, and like I said, Measure R, to be able to make that which would be a really great amenity along what we call the Santa Fe Byway. So this would be at Henderson and 4th Street, and property that was acquired 5 years ago, approximately, with kind of this in mind, this particular project. Donnie wants to tell me it might be $14 to $15 million for the facility, but give or take, right? So I did put in there that, that might be a consideration for the other $2 million of ARPA that I'll get to in a later, but that's kind of the status of that. It's under construction. This was a priority to get a new community center established.
Okay.
Any questions on
Any
that?
questions from council?
Well, just counting the money here, we're at 14.6, right? As far as, because we've got the 7.8, the 3.6, and the 3.2?
Right.
14.6 have the same numbers.
Yeah, so we're almost at the 15 million to do the project.
Well, see, that gets into what is the actual building gonna cost? That's gonna be when we're not really gonna know that until we bid it.
Okay, I might be mixing up projects. This isn't the 11 soccer fields and the splash park?
No, this is Community Recreation Center.
This is an indoor recreation facility with
Well, then I'll
Or
reserve my
basketball.
notes.
I'll get there.
Okay. Does council have any other comments on this one item? No?
Yeah, one quick one. Under the capital improvement strategies information that was provided, is there a spot where the community rec center is listed?
It's in I think it might be called the Field House. It's
Field
in
house.
the
Field house
Parks
is
and
in
Leisure.
here. Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. Next one would be,
Okay. Next is new animal shelter facility. This is currently under construction and hopes that it will be completed this maybe as soon as December? Is that kind of
January, February.
January, February? Okay. So bid was issued at 7.31 million. There's a number of funding sources that are similarly attached to this, which is ARPA funds, local transportation funds for facility improvements. There's a dog park that's as an amenity to the Butterfield Stage Corridor, which is coming out of Measure R. So variety of funding sources all attached to this particular project, which should, and really a necessary project. And I guess I do want to say this. So there are a number of assumptions, as I'm going to say. So we'll be surplus, there'll be a recommendation to surplus the property in Lindsay. I have had conversations with the city manager of Lindsay, who may be interested, because this is adjacent to their wastewater treatment facility, about acquiring this. It was their facility. We acquired it from them when they went through financial stresses and they operated it. And so we acquired it from them for services, actually. There wasn't cash that transacted. We agreed to provide service, dispatch and some other items under previously. So, but then this would then be sold, and they may be interested in acquiring it. I've had some, like I said, about expansion of their wastewater treatment facility that's right next door to it. And so we assigned $500,000 as the value of that property, and I would imagine that will probably be a conversation between the cities of Lindsay and Porterville on acquiring that. And then donations. So a lot of dog lovers in this world, and aware of folks that are interested in donating. And so, but part of it is that you kind of the show me thing. You show me what the facility is, and there's been some very kind folks, as you've seen, that have paid for dogs for the city and in our canines and things of that nature. So just want to again highlight that's with some of these things, these are funds that are yet to be realized.
I want to thank you for the information that you have provided us. I know that this has been a project that several people would like to see to come to fruition and see it happen. There were a lot of discussions, but I tell you what's out there in Lindsay is something that's really hard for me every year, especially when it comes right now when the weather changes and it's hot, and then when it's real cold. Hopefully, this will be better. I know it, I'm an animal lover. That's all I can say. So are a lot of people, and very passionate to see that it does come to fruition. Are there any comments on this one from council members?
I did want to add one thing. One of our, and many of these folks they don't want their names, they don't want their names attached to it. One of them did pass away just recently, who had been a great benefactor to animal control. So I don't know. We're uncertain what that means for us right now. I mean, obviously, they've been very generous to the city, and very sad to see that. But we don't know if, if there's, I hate to say this, but anything that's been in the will towards that. So I don't know.
So we going to get the donation?
We don't know.
We don't know yet.
Yeah, I guess it's still in probate.
Well, and my question, if I may,
Go ahead.
was to that with the 1.3 million, because we haven't counted that in the monies that's been allocated for the dog. Would we be able to pull back 1.3 from the ARPA funds?
Well, I guess indirectly. I mean, one of the things I'll talk about ARP or ARPA funds is that you have to spend them by December of '24 or obligate them, or I'm sorry, you have to obligate them by December 24, spend or obligate, and then spend by December 26. So otherwise you lose them.
Yes.
So
maybe not pull those funds, but
right, but there's other funds, I would say, in your larger capital plan that deals, essentially offsetting funds. Because not presented to you this evening, but when I present your budget, I provide a report of all of your reserve funds. And so you have five separate reserve. You have a budget stabilization reserve, you have an emergency catastrophic reserve, which you're currently utilizing right now for the operation of the temporary emergency point and shelter. You have then three other capital reserve funds, which have projects attached to them as well. So in the end, yes, it wouldn't be ARPA funds necessarily, but it'd be other general fund dollars programmed to other projects.
Thank you.
Council members, did you have any questions, comments, Vice Mayor? All right, we will move on then to the next one.
Right, so serious accident review team recommendations. This was a product of the library fire where the serious accident review team came in and established approximately 90 recommendations to the city, which is there's an annual reporting that we need to do to show progress made, and so that all of those recommendations are implemented within a approximate five-year timeframe. Brian's online. But in any event, so some of those things have been already implemented. There were staffing recommendations, which was to increase, establish a deputy chief position, which was established to increase the amount of staffing per shift by 2. And we were fortunate with Speaker McCarthy support, Congressman at the time, his support for our SAFER grant. We were awarded a SAFER grant that supported those 6 firefighters at 100% of their salaries for 3 years, which we reserve, I would say we reserve about $1 million in the Measure I budget to carry those salaries 3 years from now. So we're right now in year 1 of that 3-year. So we're thinking ahead, there's $1 million charge coming to that account, but it's 3 years down. Well, we're just finishing year 1, and with 2 additional years of financial grant paying for that, then they become our 100% responsibility. And they don't do that grant anymore. Now there was a short, brief period of time where it was 100%, and we were fortunate to be a part of that small group. Usually it's 100, and then it steps down over the 3 years. I think it's 100, 75, 50, or something to that effect, and then 100. But we were one of the few to get the 3-year 100% grant applications. And I'd like to thank Congressman McCarthy again for his support on that. So those were staffing. There was capital as well. So with more staff, and that comes with it more apparatus, and a place for them to work from. So right now is 3 under design, or 3 projects to all 3 fire stations to be improved. It's about a $12 million capital project, which they would occur in phases, because you can't have all of them going on at one time, because there's going to have to be a moving of staff while that happens. So I believe the first one would be Station 2 that would go, because it's got some pretty significant improvements that needs to happen, as well as combining the training facility improvements. And there's a prop that would be established out there as well. That was another part of the SART, which was improved commercial. There is no commercial fire training in Tulare County. And that was one of the deficiencies saw it is that there's lots of experience and training in residential structure fire, but there is not for commercial. And so by establishing, and it's about a $2 million prop out at the training facility, this provides that opportunity for commercial fire training across our county. Right now, you have to go to Kern County or Fresno County for that experience. So that's about a $12 million, like I said, about a $12 million over the next 5 years or so, station by station by station over the 3. And then the training prop, which is a $2.25 million. And we're continuing to look at assistance to firefighters grants and things of that nature, which could help offset some of those costs accordingly. The other piece is apparatus, and not contained in here, but that's another. So all the apparatus has doubled in cost. And this also is what was kind of triggering, and you're going to see many departments do this because the apparatus has gotten bigger, wider, and longer. And so all of the station designs that are probably a little older than 10 years are all going to have to be rebuilt, or to modify to accommodate the equipment that's being built today. And so not only is that equipment is twice as expensive, and it takes about 3 to 4 years because they're all ground up builds. So you go to the specifications. So that is one of the things I will share as part of the budget that will be presented is a new ladder truck, just because we're probably 4 years out on it, and it's probably $2 million. The good news is that we've had a very robust equipment replacement program, so we depreciate all of our equipment. The moment we set funds aside, whatever its life is, if it's 10 years, 15 years, we set 1/10 or 1/15 of whatever that cost is to replace that vehicle when it's done. What's been unfortunate in the recent supply chain and inflation is that the monies that have been set aside aren't covering, because those, even though they had 3% attached to them, that it has not followed that path. And it might be 100, as I shared, a ladder truck, which we set aside $1 million, is now over $2 million. And so those are going to have to be augmented funds. And we'll continue to look at grants to be able to do that, especially in what's called assistance to firefighters, and looking at equipment and station, and perhaps other, as they call it, community project funding opportunities. So, anything on the fire?
Any comment?
Fire improvements?
Please, go ahead.
Or, Raymond, pardon me. I was just looking at another great report here with all the financials things built into it, and I do see the 3.5% increase plug for some of the capital improvements for fire stations. I was looking at the 23-24 projection. It looks like about $18 million is currently unfunded. And some of it is Measure I. It looks like $750,000 of $18,930,000 in that column. About 18,000 is unfunded. So you mentioned we'd be looking for grants to help us buy this equipment and to build the fire station. It's $10 million. It's unfunded, and it's in the budget for next year, along with the design. Is it that quick of a turnaround, or will this money be pushed out further and be, again, inflated for the costs?
It's a good question. So when we say unfunded, it just means that's not in a budget year yet for funding in all likelihood. So there shouldn't be anything that's in what you're looking at was, so this was a report on what the priorities were, these were all appropriated in this year, and the status on that. And is this still the priority?
Okay.
And so when we next present the next budget, which is we're in the process of development right now, and this evening's meeting has a lot to dictate its shape, is here comes 23-24, and those things that might be over there move forward, or maybe they get pushed out a year. What you see in front of us this evening, there are some projects that are being moved out. One, to look at what are funding opportunities, or they're just, as has been presented in the previous, we don't see it as being that important next year.
Okay.
So everything that you see in 23-24 in here isn't necessarily moving forward.
Okay. But we'll go after some money for some fire stations.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
And especially, that's a great question, because also looking at the fourth fire station, which has always been in the consideration. It was initially looking at one, and the city owns property at the corner of Crestview and Morton. That would have been a future station potential. I think right now, just based on growth and response time, most importantly, because that's a big part of it, is looking at a station in the airport area or in the vicinity of, I would say, we actively looking at the corner in the vicinity of Olive Avenue and Westwood.
Thank you, Mr. Laws. Thank you.
Please.
And that's got about a $10 million price tag attached to it, too.
And that's kind of what I was going at. I knew that there was talk of that fourth fire station, given that the tribe and the city's agreement that they're going to help fund for a facility, especially for the firefighters, that I knew that was coming down. I didn't know where the cost was going to come from. So, no, I appreciate that.
And it may be a joint station. I mean, there's been some conversation about that.
Because I know that area in particular will need, especially if we're going to be servicing, because even though it's in the corner of the city limits, the amount of people that are in that area, especially given the sports complex and expansion, just because there's going to be a lot more heavy traffic in there, especially development, just it is growing that way. So, okay, thank you.
Any other comment on number 6, the start? Vice Mayor, do you have any comment to that regard? Okay. We'll go on to the next one.
Yeah, so sports complex completion and adult baseball field. So it was through ARPA funds, looking at how to continue to finish the sports complex, and it's as it was intended to be, which was having 4 lit softball fields, lit soccer fields, and then the notion of a baseball field. And where that is kind of moved around. So in the end, it was council's direction to look at, and we will be looking, I think we just did that last meeting, I believe, which was to do an RFQ, to have the design done, to
Yes.
do a lit baseball field, which would be on the southeast portion of the sports complex. We're having to accommodate FAA and some of those things to make sure they're far enough away from the runway as to not be an issue. But that was $1 million of ARPA funds that was programmed to do that. There's $60,000 still remaining from the state when Muni Ballpark was acquired by the state and offset. Was provided, $600,000 was the offset that was provided to replace that field, and it was the council's direction at that time to develop football fields, because that was the need that was said to be burning hottest at that particular, which is why we have lit football fields that are out there that aren't used anymore, because 15 years ago that was a very important thing. And then in addition to that, additional funds anticipated to be out of what is anticipated sale of the OHV park to the Tule River Tribe to reestablish a new OHV park. And we have applied, and I think there's great opportunity for us to be funded with a $1 million grant, right? $1 million grant to develop a new OHV park on city property. Out near, on property that we've recently acquired, 150 acres south of town. To constitute that operation there, there would need to be $750,000 of city match towards that. But you really have an opportunity to have just a really great, already we have one of the best OHV parks, as the state will tell you. And here's an opportunity to just make it just one of, and we have well-known riders that, I guess one up-and-comer that calls this his home track. So the opportunity to do just a really great OHV with that. And then with additional proceeds from the Tule River Tribe would be proposed to program that into further lighting and field development of the sports complex.
I want to say thank you for this information. I would like to see, I'm one person, but I'd like to see the sports complex completed, in particular with the casino out there now and the hosting of some of the baseball games. Perhaps that would be bringing a draw to the city of Perth. So I would be one, to continue to support that the sports complex be completed. I don't know about other council members, how they feel, but any comment to this?
I had a brief one. Do we know why the football fields aren't being used? Are we getting feedback from if it's the fields or a timing thing? Is there a reason why? Because I know there's a few youth groups. I have some family members that play, and there's a couple of teams that won championships last year, and those are the feeders to the high schools. And I'm just kind of surprised that maybe they're not being used like they used to be. Or those teams are playing somewhere else? I'm not sure.
Well, this was the change of philosophy of the high schools. So it went from, we don't want these kids on our fields because they chew up the fields, to we want them on our fields because we want to recruit them to play with us when they're high schoolers. So that's why you have the mini Marauders, the mini Panthers, so everybody, all the high schools now have junior teams as a matter of developing players for them. And that has changed from when this was developed, because at that time, and this chamber was full of, what's the group out there, they said, this is what we want, and the schools even said, yeah, get them off our fields, they're chewing them all up. So we went and constructed these fields, and it happened out there, and then the high school coaches said, wait a minute, I want to develop my players now, so when they're junior players, and so now you've got junior high school teams.
So they're utilizing the schools,
fields.
the school fields. Oh, okay.
Yep.
I know one of them had reached out to James, or the college, to use their fields for game day, and they're not. I guess the cost was really high, and they just, being a small organization, they couldn't afford them. So I didn't know where that was, so thank you.
Any other comment on this one? Councilmember Meissner?
Yeah, and I may have a little bit of bias, and I'll disclose, my daughter plays softball, so just so you guys know. One of the big factors is there's not the youth sports for girls. We have Hayes Field, the 3 softball fields, but it's a drainage ditch, right? And so it's filled with water for half of the year. This year was filled longer. So my thought of future, and I was going towards trying to create a sports complex or a softball/baseball complex where the 11 soccer fields were going to go, if we could do something like that with a concession stand. Is that kind of the idea out there, that we would have a concession stand in the middle with 4 fields?
So the master plan, and are you talking about for the sports complex?
Yes, yeah.
So the master plan spoke to 4 softball fields and the concession stand that was there, and then a second concession stand to the north, or to the south, pardon me. And actually, football back in the day, to sweeten the deal, was, we'll build the concession stand, and it didn't happen. So so we are looking at that as, and I think there are some real opportunities with the casino development of how that sports complex will, how all 3 of those facilities, between the fairgrounds, the casino, and the sports complex, can all interrelate. And there'll be a plan. There's a plan that's being worked on right now by Four Creeks to develop. It's the Tule River Tribe's ATP plan, but it was 2 parts. It was on reservation, and then in the second part of it, which there's a project, there's 2 pedestrian bridges that are going to be constructed at about $3 million on the reservation. That was part 1. The second piece is being worked on right now, which is to develop an ATP plan for the airport area, and how those 3 entertainment venues can all work together and have just a really robust entertainment value. Recreational entertainment is what I'll call it. And there's conversations going on between the tribe and the fair about how they can leverage each other's. I saw it when I was out there working, where folks were dropping their kids off at the carnival and going to the casino. Wow. So saw a lot of that. And then how does the sports complex, and there's a facility, so Santa Clarita used its ARPA funds to develop something called Central Park. And it's 100-acre, and it's currently under construction right now, and it's a 50-acre sports complex, 50-acre entertainment venue for festivals and car shows and things of that nature. And like I said, they're calling it Central Park. I'd love to go see it and look at what that looks like, because I think it is, just like Freedom Fest, that has 12,000 people come out there, and if you've ever been out there with 12,000 people, there's room for another 12 to 20,000. You could easily put 20 to 25,000 people out in an outdoor setting for any kind of entertainment purposes.
Yeah, and just like the football teams, there's feeder groups for the softball here in town. You got the Magic or the Hot Shots that are local, and just wanted to make sure they have area to expand and grow. And in some ways, we underestimate the value of, like, if NSA came in and held a tournament at one of those sporting complexes, that'd bring revenue into our town through those hotels and in different ways. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have any comment? No?
I'll add too, I think Milt and I kind of advocated for, last year, we talked a lot about the baseball fields too, or having some type of fields for, the young people to play in. So that's something I absolutely
Councilmember Wyrock, any comment?
No, I'll save it for the end of the meeting.
Okay, well, with that being said, before we go on to the next one, it's 6:36, and I'm going to call a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
council meeting.
The bourbon amaretto sour. I like both of those too. Sounds good.
And now we'll go on to the item number 8, well, number 8 on the list.
Thank you, Your Honor. So next was Henry Street Park, and this has kind of been a priority, but not, I wouldn't say fire burning hottest kind of issue, but bad pun after a fire. But there are insurance proceeds, $208,000, which continue to be there to do some sort of project. This has been reviewed probably more from a passive park standpoint to augment, I would say, Murray Park itself with the pond. Where right now, and how, especially how popular the fishing derby is, that this would be a secondary site. And so CSET has had funding to do projects on property improvement projects. They have another one that's been awarded, and it's just been a matter of trying to get them on site, I guess I would say, in the different projects that they're involved in. So, for example, right now they're involved in our highway cleanup project, and they have a crew that's assigned to that. They use their construction crew, which moves all around Tulare County. So, just a continued work product and looking at and probably looking at the installation of a restroom facility, parking lot, and some arbors there to make it a nice park amenity and companionship to Murray Park itself, kind of an extension of that. Happy to answer any.
I don't have comment. Does council member have comment on Henry Street Park? No comment? No comment. We'll continue.
Skate park, shade structure and lighting, this was a priority in terms of making improvements to the skate park itself. State Prop 68 formula grant funds of about $180,000 was programmed to improve the lighting and skating amenity improvements at the skate park. There's and then a shade structure that would be there provided as well. That would be a Measure R funded project as part of the Veterans Park Phase 2, and I talk about that later in the report. Not been a priority, but there is the phase, so similar to what happened from the Veterans Park parking lot on the east Henderson side, that trail was developed up to the skate park. And there was initially 2 additional phases that would take it all the way around the park to the Corporation Yard. We secured federal CMAQ funds through TCAG to do that project. In addition to, we have planned, and this gets a little bit to Councilmember Meister's question earlier, so we have other general plan dollars devoted to further develop Veterans Park on the south side on Morton with a playground, parking lot. That's a really heavily used arbor right there with not good parking and other amenities. There's no restroom facilities. So to do a restroom, playground, to really make that kind of another side of Veterans Park and really meet the demand, and other arbor development along the Morton side of Veterans Park as well. And so, and then in companion to that is Corporation Yard improvements of screening along that trail system, which will follow along on that other side of the slough. So there's kind of a bigger, the skate park was the priority, but it's a companion project to another larger project of enhancements to Veterans Park as a community park.
Thank you. And I want to just comment on that because there have been the discussion of the restroom, the playground, and the other area in the development to that regard. Council, do you have any questions or comments on this one? Please go ahead.
Would it be possible to look into, I don't know if the city's discussed this previously, security cameras in that area? I know there's been a lot of, whether it's vandalism, assaults, just different kind of nefarious activity in that area. Would that be something that these funds could help maybe possibly that the law enforcement would be able to monitor on a screen or something? It could be something we could look into
Yeah,
as far as that project?
we've looked at you'll see them most commonly in university parking lots that have a blue beacon on top, but those come in different, so you can do them in green. And it's actually something we've talked about doing along all of our, from a security measure, having emergency. And the way those work is that if you hit it, it turns on a camera, which I think is always recording, but it will really turn it, and it would blip onto the police department.
It's like an intercom system, yeah.
Right. And it would, so even though it'd be running, it'd be like cameras at your house, it's always running, but it could pop up in the police department based upon its activation to the dispatch and say, I've got an emergency, and they would know what camera that is based upon which one pops up. It would say, this is skate park, or this is, Veterans Park helicopter, or something to that effect. And then you could also turn it on to look at, you could speak to people as well. I see what you're doing there. Kind of stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
see
It works both
specific to that area, seems to unfortunately attract some of those issues. And I just want to know if we had already looked into that to come before council to approve. That's my comment on that.
I guess are we looking at any of that as part of the design on the Veterans Park Trail?
We hadn't looked at that, no. But if it's a desire, it can be incorporated.
I already asked that would be an eligible expense of Measure R, because safety and security is an important part of the trail systems that people use. So it's an eligible expense of Measure R. When I say Measure R on this, I'm talking about that specific pot of money for active transportation projects, which the city has about 20 million available to it.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. Are there any other comments or questions? No? Okay. We'll now move on to the next one, number 10 on
Yeah,
here.
so State Route 65 and 190 community welcome signs, we're working on, probably the most progress has been made is on the roundabout at 190 and Westwood, which has in its design is implemented a Porterville within the base on the east and west sides, and then has Mighty 190 architecture or design work in it. It has I don't know, we probably don't have a representation of it, but it has 2 giant sequoias with 2 eagles that are in it, and it's about 6 or 8 feet tall is what I recall.
Correct. It's a rather large structure that will be on the northeast corner
Yeah.
there. And so it'll be outside the roundabout, outside the crash zone, as they call it for Caltrans.
Yeah, and then there'll be native plant, and we haven't received it yet, but there'll be a maintenance agreement that we enter into with Caltrans to maintain that roundabout, and it will be really a nice entry. We're also working with Caltrans on they have a roundabout they're going to be doing at we call it the Rockford Roundabout, which is at 208, and they've allowed us some design input into that. Trying to make them just a little bit nicer as on the 190 Gateway. And then we're trying to work with Caltrans on what we call gateway signs. And so the city has the right to entry signs on, you have a right on 2 per highway. And usually that's in your entries. And so this roundabout on 190 would be considered the 190 gateway sign. We'd have the ability to have one on the 190 somewhere else to the east. And then on 65, we're working with them on what would be allowed to do on the overpass at 190 and 65 on there. And it's like, for example, in Visalia, when you're coming up 198, going east from the 99, you'll see Welcome to it has the mountainscape and that sort of thing. So that is considered an entry sign. And so given that you already have these you have the right to attach to their infrastructure, to their design, or to their approval. So we would do one at Westfield and one at 190 overpasses on the 65. There would be something that would indicate you're in Porterville, and they would be aesthetic improvements to those two overpassings. In addition to that, there's been further conversation of looking at some other type of welcome sign in the,
Speaking to farther south of town?
yeah,
Yeah,
Teapot
it's-
Dome, right?
Yeah, it'd be just south of Teapot Dome.
Right. And then one also on the north end of 65, there's been some, maybe even at West North Grand. There's some development interest that's happening out there right now, at 65 and West North Grand.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah, working with Caltrans is, they're good partners. It's just, they all work from home, and there's not great, it's hard to keep the conversation all going in one, for example, we've had maintenance agreements, and then they're like, oh, sorry, you can't consider that, or legal didn't review it. And I'm like, well, how did it get to us before legal reviewed it? So, and then it gets delayed, and there's been project delays. We had thought Westwood Roundabout would already be under construction. Now we're being told 2024.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, so we continue to work on, and we meet quarterly with Caltrans to try to continue to keep projects moving forward.
To that regard, we also expect a Caltrans update at the June 20th meeting.
Yeah, that's right.
And I
So they'll come and
appreciate-
talk about the Westwood Roundabout.
Okay, because these are still discussions on the corridor committees that have been coming to the table, and it is quarterly that we do receive part of the beautification efforts into the corridors and to the tourism to our city. Any comment? Any question?
I have a question.
Please, go ahead.
So to get updates on the timelines as these start coming up or are getting close to being put up, we would get those from the corridor meetings updates, or where will we get those updates on the signs as they start coming up? Just because timelines.
I think it may be best for us to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're coming to talk about one specific one, which is the Westwood Roundabout, and probably also allude to the Rockford Roundabout.
In Plano,
Oh, and Plano,
just giving timelines.
yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll be candid in this. It's not their project, so their priority is their projects, which is, and it's not that they're not good partners. I mean, they work and there's progress, but it's not their project. It's our project, but it's on their facilities. So, and it has to meet their design standards and those sorts of things. And so, even though we would pay for it,
Yeah.
and we have funds for that in Measure R, regional funds, and Ted very much wants to see it from TCAG as well. It's not their project. They're focusing their efforts on the projects that they have.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing the signs, that's why. I
Yeah.
think it's really needed, greatly needed, so it'd be nice to have new updated ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? No. Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, so next I call Westwood Bridge, which again, given that FHWA made a determination that this is not a project of, they're not going to fund it. There's no funding available in the federal bridge program for this. And the county's on a very ambitious bridge improvement program for its deficient bridges. So the prioritization is those that are deficient, not bridges that don't need fixing in the assessment. So even though we may feel that it needs to be, I don't know, would it be a new bridge, Javier, to raise the deck?
Most likely, as we compare to the Olive Avenue Bridge, that's going to be a full reconstruction. So we'd expect the same to occur at Westwood. With that, there's a rule from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board that we'll need to increase the freeboard. Currently, all bridges should be meeting 1 foot of freeboard, but new reconstructions would be 3. So by default, it would get elevated as part of the reconstruction and widening.
So it'd be a new bridge, not a
Not a rehab,
Not a rehab.
no.
So, and it certainly can be a priority to do that, but in all likelihood, given that there's not determined to be a need, it would likely be a locally funded project at probably $15 million. And the county's probably not in the mood, because they've got 50 million in bridges that are deficient that they're having to, and they're using Measure R funds to do that. They have a bridge improvement program that they've been doing. And that's where that's why the pivot came to Olive, because it is deficient, it's too narrow. They really did give it the college try to get it to be 4 lanes, and FHWA said no. And so to secure that as a 4-lane bridge is when the ask came, okay, well, will the city put in 5 million of its Measure R regional funds to make that project a reality? And the determination was yes. So there's that 5 million, and that's what also then, there's going to be corresponding responsibilities, as I described before. The county's going to have the responsibility to the west. We'd have the responsibility to the east on alignments and those sorts of things. So that's how $5 million becomes a $20 million project for the city. But it will be for as a great gateway project in transitioning into Porterville. All right. And then and I would say the final was on the American Rescue Plan Act and how those funds were appropriated. So just initially, it was approximately 20 million in funds. And with the preliminary advisories, or when the rulemaking was being made, initially it was all based around what was called lost revenue calculations if you wanted to use it for general governmental purposes. And as with most programs that are kind of developed on the fly, initially this started out very much like the
CARE?
during the recession. Before your time, Jason.
We did the trail
Care-
project.
Not CARES Act. CARES Act was first, but there was federal funding during the recession that came. And so initially it was very kind of built around infrastructure and those sorts of things. And so there was restrictions, but there was this lost revenue, especially for communities that had been impacted severely by tourism. They were really looking at transit occupancy tax and those sorts, sales tax and that sort of thing. So, and then the federal government said, Treasury said, this is way too complicated. We're just going to say you can take a $10 million, no questions asked, use it for general governmental purposes, but you can only still use the other 10 million for these restricted, which is talking about affordable housing and dealing with homelessness and things of that nature, dealing with health impacts of COVID, business assistance, and that's where the COVID vaccine program with businesses and it kind of was the marriage of the two from a great perspective. So, well, then they loosened the rules, I guess I would say, on the lost revenue calculation, and Maria continued to run the calculations and eventually came back and said, the way they're doing it now, all 20 million is basically lost revenue to the city based on the calculations that you can use today. So in the end, so as I shared in here, as we've moved along based on the rules of the road at the time, initially that was unrestricted, that 10 million. So 4.85 million went towards the animal shelter, 3.2 million to the new community recreation facility, 1 million towards the new lighted baseball park at the sports complex, 700,000 for lighting at Hayes Field, and 300,000 for new poles and netting at the golf course driving range. And then out of the restricted side, which essential worker and public safety premium pay, so 2.65 million in essential worker and public safety premium pay, 1.8 million in support for local businesses through the vaccine incentive program, 1.75 million in technology upgrades. We did improvements at the dispatch center. We also have, for example, in here, upgrades to help support Zoom and other remote meeting infrastructure. 800,000 for employee testing and quarantine. So a lot of this deals with how do you pay for the overtime, and given when employees are out, because once they test positive for COVID, they're out, and so you're having people work extra time, and so that, we've been billing according to that. $250,000 in support for the Fincus Arena Affordable Housing Project. We have a City Parks Master Plan that's currently underway right now at $150,000. And Main Street trash receptacles was at $22.5. So there's about $2 million remaining out of that, which is, as I shared, kind of the rules of the road now, you can really use for general governmental purposes. So we've been working with county staff in the previous about expansion of the navigation center. And initially, it was kind of looking at how to further expand emergency shelter. And so conversations have been with Porterville Unified School District about additional relocatables from West Putnam School being moved to the site, having the infrastructure put in for water, or these don't have restrooms in them, but you would need to put in fire suppression systems to bring them up to fire code. And then having one as I would call it as a cooling center, a warming center, place to eat indoors, things of that nature. So I think 5 we were talking about relocating, Jason?
I think it was 6, because we have multiples for housing, office, and then also for the cafeteria, as we're calling it.
So so here's probably, this item probably needs the most direction, given that the rules of the road have changed where Maria's got a high level of confidence that this $2 million is unrestricted, I would say now, as it was. So it kind of gives more discretion to the council in terms of how these funds are expended. So we were talking about I would say instead, especially with the Armory now being part of, in play in terms of providing emergency shelter, looking at permanent restroom facilities at, in a shower facility at the Navigation Center. It is a place to point people to where there are public accessible restrooms and shower facilities. And so that was a particular consideration. In our water, we're in the process of doing a meter. It started with the East Portable Water Supply Project, and as meters are being replaced, they're being replaced with radio read infrastructure, really to simplify and upgrade the city's water distribution system. And then also, as we've talked about the many different city facilities, Donnie said, the field house could use a couple million more dollars just to make sure he sleeps a little bit better at night. So I don't know, becomes, the rules change, and they've changed again, and they've changed probably 4 times. I'm looking at the mayor and vice mayor since 2020, this has probably changed 4 times. And each time, I would say it's become more flexible. And it's just been, first it was, this is all you can use. And then they're like, okay, never mind. Now you can use 10 million. And then it's like, okay, well, then and now it's just like, okay, basically, but the rules still apply. We have to obligate the funds. So either spend or have them obligated, which means they have to be under contract to be spent by December of 26.
And Mr. Lawless, I'd be remiss if I didn't also bring up for the Navigation Center, the operations of the Navigation Center, as capital has become more sought after in the county through Visalia opening a Navigation Center and also Tulare having a project. There, the grant funds have become a lot leaner, and so looking at how we could support the continued operation there, it would also be an effort that could be used by these funds that we spoke about prior.
Thank you. All right, council, this is, first of all, I want to thank you very much for the information and the report in this section with the ARPA funding. Yes, they have changed numerous times as far as the restrictions, as then what's not restricted, and to have projects ready and to have them allocated. And this one is, I'm going to unfold the dialogue for my colleagues and then I'll chime in. Do you have any comment or anything to this, in this section? Councilmember Beltran?
Yeah, you kind of addressed some of it with the navigation center and that expansion there. Much like the temporary library, you balance between spending money for equipment and furniture that you're hoping that you can utilize in the future. With this funding, we had discussed briefly how the county is looking at giving us a one-time capital projects funds for possibly the Armory or expansion, or I think it was particularly for the Armory for long-term use for the homeless, given that we have X amount of space allotted to them. This would free up that kind of obligation and help the city fund. And that's the hard part is we know we have the Armory for a year, but we know eventually we'll get it, but where's the need now? And where's that investment? That is a really hard one. I just, being on the homeless committee or on the link committee and working through those projects, there's so many funding, I don't know what you call it, restrictions. And here's an opportunity with a large amount of money that's really not that restricted. We're able to maybe make some big improvements that are needed. But I guess, as it would take counsel for all of us to figure out what the long-term use of the Armory is and what the navigation center looks like. Just in previous items with the animal shelter, I'm glad that all that money was utilized and coming from different funds, and thank staff for searching for all these grants and utilizing all those resources. It's hard for me now being on that link committee to see, almost feels like nickel and dimes, and not to the city's fault, but just through the state and county, the way money's restricted. The stuff for humans it's almost nickel and dime because it's very restrictive. And so for me, I get excited as there's many projects, and Donnie was for the field house out there. Like, we could use funds. I mean, this money looks great for a lot of different projects. And so I would love to see some for us in the near future to figure out what we're going to do with the Armory as a council, given that these need to be done sooner than later. But again, just being wise with that investment.
I want to thank you for your comments, and I'm going to chime in on a comment and bring it back to council for theirs. As I heard you mention about the navigation center and your passion, well, we made an investment, council members made an investment on the navigation center, and that was back in 2020, and there have been many unduplicated clients, 2,000 plus, that have used the facility who are unduplicated. Meals are being served every day at the navigation center, anywhere from a minimum to 65 to 90. And that's on a daily basis. Being on the homeless task force, I can tell you that the dollar amount on a mobile shower unit is expensive. And I know that once upon a time it was highlighted that we would like to have a shower facility built at the navigation center, a restroom shower facility, so that people can use it. And that is just my input to that regard. I would like to see some of this be put in a project that is already existing while we decide something with the emergency shelter. That would be forthcoming. But we've already made an investment. Previous council and part of us, we made an investment to move forward with the navigation. The fact that we were the first ones in Tulare County, others began to follow suit to see what we have. They've gone bigger. We started small. We started small to see its pluses and its minuses, and there are more pluses to what we're providing the services, and to be able to have the one-stop shop there of the services coming in. The shower facility, the restroom facility would be an enhancement, and it would be a benefit for the members and the clientele that would come in and use it. And probably, again, the mobile shower units are, the price is outrageous as far as I'm concerned. You'll have it and it's gone, and it's out-of-pocket expense to that regard. That's my comment. I'm going to bring it back for more comments on this subject. Councilmember Wyrock, any comment or input to this regard?
Thank you. I just, I know this is about capital improvements, but expanding services is needed, especially with homelessness. I agree and I support whatever the council wants to do there. I'm hearing that funding is harder and harder to come by, and I am concerned about sustainability. I think we're putting together a great foundation for the city of Porterville for future businesses and residents coming in here. I think everybody should feel proud of what under, the mayors and our city managers' leadership have brought before us and the community to make it a better place to live. So I'm neutral on all of these recommendations here. Radio red water metering projects maybe could be funded another way. Maybe all three of them together. It makes sense to me the way that we want to go. Again, I'm just concerned about sustainability and ongoing revenue needs to support a lot of these programs going forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister?
Yes, thank you. And I would, I guess, third that on the homeless. The restrooms at the Navigation Center, it's, I think it would be a good thing, especially with the ADA issues with the Armory. And I knew there were 6 trailers coming, but hearing that again, it's good to know that we'll have more room for capacity right there at the Navigation Center. A little bit of me, we've talked about, because if we do, how to word it, go in with the county on the Navigation Center, they will get a percentage of the beds in the Navigation Center, and we'll be forever partners in the Navigation Center, and they're only making a one-time contribution. So a little bit of me thinks, what if we built our own and went on our own in that stance? And then we don't have to. It's ours. I think that I would. Dawn talked about the radio read water metering project. I think that I would rather see the money be used other ways than that. If the state wants to mandate stuff like that, then the state should pay for it, in my opinion. Yeah, and another thought, it's so tough with rehabilitation with the homeless, and I know that's some issues it's just not possible. There's multiple cases with the homeless, but the ones that are able to be rehabilitated, what if we created a ability to, incentive for work where they could go and pick up trash in town or weed abatement, working with staff and putting money towards issues like that. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I think I'm just looking through this list again, and I don't really have any concerns or new questions about any of these. I think they were well thought out for various reasons, all necessary, and a good way to spend these, to allocate these funds. I definitely agree on the homelessness and the Navigation Center and trying to really support that in growth and just designing a plan of how we're going to move forward with that, regardless on the location and then how we exactly expand that. So definitely support that aspect of it. Other than that, I don't have any, right now, I don't think any other comments on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So on the, I would say I was sincere with saying we really need direction here, because I feel like that game Frogger, if you ever played it, where you're on a log And the log that we're on right now is the navigation center. And do you want to jump to another log, or can you keep a foot on one log and then the other and balance that? Or is this one that I'm on going to drop off? And so then what you don't want to do is end up in the river. I just kind of remember that whole Frogger game and trying to, is this log going to drop out from under me? And I kind of feel, I feel a level of confidence just given that the Armory will come our way. And when we began that pursuit of that facility 4 years ago, was before the grants had been received for so we were looking at it as a reuse of as a community center like Azusa. City of Azusa did a reuse for a community center, and it had same bones. It had large open space. It was too small, and that's part of the reason why this armory was abandoned is that it was landlocked. It was too small because now it's got to be at least 20 acres. It's old, but not in bad repair. I mean, it's not going to fall down, but it's also not been kept up to code. And it's got, I was told, what's the deferred maintenance on it? It's $5 million. And so, and that's just, I don't know, ADA issues, and Javier's kind of taken a look at it and has some recommendations what it would be to make improvements. But a part of that is you don't want to make improvements without knowing what the intended use of it is. And there's not a whole, I appreciate Jason saying this. I incorporated in this staff report where we're looking at, here's $2 million. You could buy security, some security, and not all security, buy some security for Turning Point with $1 million through December of '26, which would provide them services certainty, and $500,000 for the restroom shower, and still have $500,000 for some other kind of appropriation. But then you have the county that wants it to be, and this is just kind of the terms that they use. So, they're kind of what they've done in Visalia with, I think, I'm trying to remember who they partnered with in Visalia to do that. But they put in $3 million to make the Visalia, who's the sponsor? Is that Self-Help or CSET? I know it's the operator.
CSET is involved also. I think the city of Visalia is involved with some CDBG.
Okay, so, but here's the other part, here's the other challenge, is that there's not a lot of service providers in this space. CSET's coming on to run the Visalia one, and they've not done any before. So they're going to be new to the game. Tulare, I don't know who they're using as a service provider. Our service provider comes out of Fresno. Self-Help is a little bit in this space, but they're more on the capital side, not in the provider side. So there's not a lot of people you can contract out to, and so it's kind of it's a buyer's market, I guess you would call that. I mean, there's not many people out there that do this.
Correct, and to John's point, as well as thinking of the game Frogger as we were kids, the school district was a gracious offer to partner and looking at how that can be. There's also, with that would be a great expense of moving those, as well as what it looks to hook them up to remodel them, to have people stay in them, and as well as to hook them up to city utilities. And their timeline actually is so much that we weren't able to move forward in a timely manner of not having direction of, do we spend, Javier, I don't know, what was it, something like $800,000 that we were looking at that probably would have been the project of those, bringing those to fruition? Or do we look at, and with that becomes, speaking with Turning Point, of, hey, that they would need to staff up even more and be at a greater deficit of operating expenses. And then we have the armory that comes on board. So we very much have a lot of options to look at. I think the feasible options that we have on the table currently are looking at the operation at the armory and what that looks like long-term, as well as looking at the current operation to expand, not necessarily beds at the moment, but possibly just the services to allow for those showers and restrooms and more daytime use at the current navigation center, whilst we work with the other partners in the region, the county, or if we look to seek out other grant funds, if we're looking to build a permanent buildings, as John was referring to, instead of these portable classrooms that we've converted. They are serving their purpose, but if that's the interest, we could look at that, or look at the armory, there is room to expand there if that is something that is the desire, and have that as emergency shelter. And we could also repurpose the C Street site where the current navigation center is to be permanent supportive housing. As we all know, that there is a cycle in this, and so not only do you need emergency housing and transitional housing, but you need that permanent supportive housing for those individuals as they come in off the street to have that emergency, then to go to transition, and then also to permanently end up into permanent supportive housing or some sort of affordable housing. So a lot to consider.
Well, I can appreciate, and I'm going to chime in on that, because you do have, if you're going to go with a larger vision of the shelter and the navigation center, you have the option of growth and not expand here, but see the future here in a transition to the armory. However, in the meantime, you have the navigation center that is in a stress of services that need, with the navigation center, do you bring more portables in? Do you expand that area? Or do you provide the restroom, the shower facility, and the support services at the navigation center? There have been successes, and please correct me if I'm wrong, from our navigation center, that some have been placed in homes. And what is the number to that?
We've had 5 recent.
Okay, so they have housed a total of 19 since the year, so that is a plus. That is through the navigation center. And they've been able to obtain the vouchers to get housing, and that's one of the things that was important to us, so that they worked through. Now, and there's also that program, we were so happy that through the Clean California Grant, when we were over here, that these are clients that actually did go out and pick up 100 bags of trash, and some of them have moved on and have been placed in other jobs as they exit that program, which started from discussions at the Navigation Center, the Homeless Task Force, and some of the other committees that we serve on. They have moved from no longer picking up the trash here and opening up for someone else to come in to jobs. So that is another success story from the Navigation Center. I'm just throwing it out there for council members here on the dais.
May I ask a
Please.
question? So it is a lot to consider, just because there's a lot of unknowns and there's a lot of need. I think those are some of the issues, but I understand we need to give some type of direction to see where we're going to go here. So I have, I guess, a question on the armory. With that being used as emergency shelter during an emergency, if we did transition the navigation center or those types of services there at some point, what if there was an emergency? Would we still be able to utilize that space? Or?
Well, it's up to the council. I mean, that would be part of the consideration. Where that becomes a more pressing question is if you pursue federal funds in FEMA to do improvements to make it a designated shelter, which has been one of the outcomes from this last, is that especially if it's prolonged. So it's a great thing to be in the school gym for like a week or two, and then if it gets beyond that, then it's like, wait a minute, we have programming that needs to happen there. And so having a facility that can be interrupted from whatever its primary use is for an extended period of time becomes, and so that really, so that question of that, when the state surpluses the armory to the city, and that will, I believe, happen in some time frame, let's say over this next year. What is it, what are we going to use it for? Right now, it's serving a temporary purpose, but what is it going to be used for? And with that, then, we know that it's got warts that need to be fixed. It's about $5 million. But if you're going to, and then you can go after federal funds if you're going to want to designate that as a shelter for all of Tulare County. I mean, it's essentially what that recognition that that's what you're agreeing to, regardless of whatever the disaster is. This would be a designated that place Red Cross is going to come to, and it just becomes one of those identified. We do tabletop exercises. We probably do a rollout of cots. I mean, there's all kinds of things that happen there, and understanding that is. But that doesn't have to be the case. When it's in your own control, and kind of like what I was speaking to Azusa, they probably pursued different grant funds. It's in a designated disadvantaged community census tract, not our worst, but it's still one that would be beneficial of funding. So it's in our CDBG territory. So CDBG funds could be for programs, youth center. I mean, there's all kinds of options. But really, it goes where I think that's where we're, is that we charted this path on the navigation center because there was nothing.
Exactly.
And there needed to be those things and to begin to make progress. And there's been great progress. And then there's an emergency. And now through an emergency, we end up with a facility. And how do we, what is now the destiny of those two facilities with a certain amount of funds to program it? You do have a challenge of a provider that is financially challenged, and there isn't a lot of options in that space. So, and that's more symptomatic of the state who is doing year-to-year funding. The Councilmember Waterrock said, about sustainability. There is not sustainability in homeless funding. It is year-to-year, and there's no formulaic deal. In fact, if you read right now, the 12 big cities are clamoring for another $2 billion of, basically that it go through the continuum of care to help provide these services. Because right now, that's not, this is the thing that Turning Point's talking about, is that these funds to help provide the services, there's capital sides, but then there's also the services side. And then it gets back to the school district. So do you scale up the navigation center where it is now? Which is what we were initially planning towards before the armory came around. And maybe that's just a separate conversation. That's a future opportunity site for the city for a defined to determined use. And we put our focus and efforts on the navigation center, and we bring on additional portable classrooms. I can't tell you the county won't invest in that $3 million. But it seems that my sense of the conversations have been that dollars come if it's at the armory. And maybe that's just not enough substance to the discussions, and a lot of conversations happening in a short period of time under some duress as well, because we're in a state of emergency. And how does this unfold as we're trying to deal with the ramifications of the emergency? So, and just, there's going to be additional classrooms available from PUSD. I mean, they're in a number of modernization projects, and they're going to 2-story. So there's, next opportunity transitions to the next. So, really the bigger question is, where are we going in this space?
Madam Mayor?
Please.
Just thinking out loud here, if we did the bathrooms at the navigation center and we got more trailers to accommodate more homeless, because my vision for the armory, and I'm just sharing out loud, is not to be a homeless shelter for the future. I could see the military academy utilizing the shooting range, rimfire caliber rounds in the future different things that the academy, the armory presents. And so if we did do the bathrooms and then we invested the remaining 1.5 into the armory, because it is projected that we will get it, it's not guaranteed, but it's looking at it. With that FEMA dollars, wouldn't we be able to get reimbursed on that money? And then the restrictions of the time frame of spending that money would no longer be there, right?
I would suggest they are not going to reimburse the city for improvements they do before they have a project. So I wish,
It's a long shot.
sometimes it's a long shot, sometimes politics fixes things. But generally speaking, you have an identified project, they give you a project budget to work from, you spend the funds and you get reimbursed. This would be doing improvements before they've identified a project, and I would say it's a long shot. What would be better, and Maria, I need you to kind of chime in here. So in our what we have, about $2 million in the capital improvement reserve?
There's, yes, 2.1 million.
So you have those,
There's 2.1 million each in the facility deferred fund, capital construction, and the infrastructure.
so there's, you got it.
Total of
6 million.
million.
So we could fund the armory.
Did you have a comment? Okay.
But back to the vice mayor's question initially, we've tried to leverage grants as best we can, even if you can't get the full funding, at least in the one of our parks grants, for example, we're a finalist. We're one of 5 cities in the California that advanced the national competition. It's a 50% grant, national parks grant. It's $2.5 million, but you got to put up $2.5 million, which runs a lot of people out of the game. When you've got to put up 50% money. And so fortunately, we've been able to have some of those funds available to attract other funding. And so, but that goes back to that pertinent question, which is, can we get 5 million? I don't know. It might be 75%. Federal, I know you went to the league, and I got their slides actually just before in here. I didn't get a chance to, but it was talking about the funding mechanism. It was 75% federal, right? So, so at a $5 million improvement cost, whatever, that's an undefined use. But if it's $5 million and you can get a grant for $3.5 million, now you're working on $1.5 million nut. That's easier than $5 million. But that comes with strings. I mean, there's no such thing as a free grant. It's like, okay, by doing this, you are going to make this facility readily available on no moment's notice to whoever in Tulare County needs to use it.
Well, I think personally, I want to see the navigation center expand. I've heard you guys talk about the funding issues, and that's where I would lean on that.
I'm going to make one comment, and then Councilmember Wyrock. The comment that I'm going to make, since the emphasis is on the navigation center, that we probably need to have a separate discussion later on the emergency shelter. That's my comment. That is my comment, because it seems like we're leaning toward this direction and the expansion. Then that would be better that we do have a separate conversation on the emergency shelter. Councilmember Wyrock, you wanted to comment.
Well, I don't know if we're looking for a motion here in a second
No.
and a vote, but,
No, it's all direction.
The organization Turning Point has done a lot for our community and for the people that they're serving. $1 million to them. I'd like to see that happen with, restrictions or conditions or whatever the term is, that it gets spent in certain areas. Having a restroom shower facility at the Navigation Center also makes sense. But I think it might, to your point, Madam Mayor, the opportunity to maybe transition or expand Turning Point's operation to where they're running the future homeless program in Porterville at the Armory, or the military school, or however we use it, but having two in competition, though they're not in competition,
No,
but
no.
but you know what I mean? It just seems.
Oh, yeah, I definitely feel like we're doing this right now,
Exactly.
and I
Which
don't
is
know
why-
why.
Well, it'd be nice to partner with them and city staff to figure a transition plan from over here to over there, or from over here to over here, back to Turning Point, and then develop it for the students to, plink or whatever. It's just a thought that I had. It'd be nice to have one program that's really state-of-the-art, managed by a company that can make it happen.
Yeah, and this is probably something that happens over more. What's great about the Vine Street School site or the Navigation site is it has expansion room on it. I mean, it has a large.
Yes.
And you could even do permanent supportive housing. Self-help is looking for property. They've come to us and said, okay, now that Ficus Arena is done, so you could even do on that site a companion project perhaps that is a permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, and it's all three housing, what's the word I'm looking for, housing offerings, all in one site, with services on site provided. And then, I guess we're just trying to find a way forward and continue to improve the site. You can provide them, basically some certainty through December 26, which is, nobody has that right now. Everything's year to year. So I know and I guess one of the big takeaways is maybe in this is planning for when the Armory comes on. What is it? What is its intended use after that? So there's a lot. What's great is you have options. I mean, you're not in a position of having to make a reactive decision, that you can make a proactive one.
Councilmember Beltran, you had comment, question?
Just two brief. One is restroom and showers is, I think, the number one priority is what I hear. So, I mean, I'm okay with investing, even if it is kind of a short term, because the Armory situation may take a long time. So I understand that need. That's the number one need I hear. But second, if we could get some staff to give us a report on what the expansion of the Navigation Center now with the additional portables, what that looks like versus what the Armory looks like, to see, I mean, if the size isn't going to change much, I don't know if the transition would help, but if we could get a report on, if we were to redevelop and invest in the Armory, if it's not going to expand the numbers that significantly, I don't know if that would be a good investment necessarily. And so I think just having a little feedback on what the two sites would look like might help us see what that would look like. Yeah.
So what's interesting that's happening right now is that you're averaging 14 individuals a night at the Armory right now. And one of those portables sleeps 15.
Correct.
So essentially, with theoretically, the location of just another portable outfitted with a fire suppression system, which doesn't have a restroom in it, this is what prompts that other part of the conversation, essentially would accommodate the population. Now, is that an accurate representation? It's not. And our point-in-time survey says, the population's probably closer to 200 in the portable area, and you're providing shelter for 45. In that scenario, right now we're 30, and now you're extending it to 45. What we were talking about is doing 45. So 2 of the portables being retrofitted for emergency shelter to provide 45 beds for emergency shelter and 15 for bridge housing, bridge housing.
So
I like that.
also to consider when we look at the expansion, we have to look at the elements of operation as well as we look at expansion. So that's what Mr. Lawless and I and Claudia looked at with Turning Point of what is that, and Councilmember Beltrán very much on point here of what do those numbers look like? Because operationally, it also increases the expense operationally about how many staff you have to have on at all times and do service and what that looks like. Operationally also just for consumables, for food, for everything of that nature.
I have a question, Mr. Lawless.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe we've given you a lot of direction on this one?
Yeah, and I was also going to suggest I need to have a further conversation with Jason Britt about what
Thank
is
you.
really the county's, now that we've gotten away from, we're now another month removed
Yeah.
essentially from the emergency crisis, and they're vacating and actually recent good news, I guess, that they feel that the threatened flooding isn't going to come. Maybe there's less energy and more thoughtfulness that can be to what does their investment look like would they invest in the navigation center? I don't know. I just don't know what their bottom line is.
Thank you. All right, council. I think we've given them enough direction.
But I do think it's an important piece. I think it's its own scheduled matter,
Yes,
deliberation.
yes, yes.
I do feel like we've kind of in the path of checked one of those other milestones, and now it's a matter of
Thank
where do we
you.
go next.
All right.
All right, perfect. All right, so we'll focus on that with the ARPA funds.
Thank you.
And then just I know these aren't priorities, but where is significant staff time spent? So bike and pedestrian parks improvement projects, a lot of funding that's been secured, the Butterfield Stage Corridor, the 7.1 million in ATP grants was secured for that. We talked about already the 3.61 million in Santa Fe Byway. I talked about the 3 Hawk systems, which we received grant fundings for. I talked about the OHV Park relocation. And then we also recently applied for another Clean California grant for our solar lighting along the Tule River Parkway. So a lot of activity there. And then on the park side, I talked about the Veterans Park Trail and the different funding sources that have been programmed in for that project. This gets to Councilmember Meister's question about the CDBG fund. So off the sale of the Heritage Center is about 1.8 million coming for the development. Plus, we also have Measure R funds programmed in, given that it's along the Santa Fe Byway. So that gets to that. There's about 2.1 million, and even in addition to that, it's within the CDBG action area. So every year, 300,000 could be programmed in for further park development in that area. So it provides a funding source to continue to build upon that. Whatever. So right now, this is a partial development of mini pitches, right? Like I think
Correct. So yeah, so that'd be currently planned, and what we've have the environmental completed on is for mini pitches to be installed there, lighted mini pitches, as well as a multi-purpose field that is also lit.
Okay.
And then, like I said, we're a finalist. We received letters of support from Congressman Valadao and Senator Dotto, Assemblyman Mathis for that. I think there's a good chance that gets funded, especially but we would need to commit, and we're able to commit the 1.8 million as part of that 2.5 match, my memory is.
Correct.
Yeah, so
CDBG is allowed to be used for the match.
So we'll need to come up with 750,000 as the remaining match in that grant, which would be huge. I mean, that'd be taking that. So you're going from a 2.1 million to a 7.1 million project like that. That's not true, because Maria says you can't count the money twice. So you're using the 1.8 as the match, so it would be increasing it by 2.5, 3.25. So you're increasing it 3.25 to 2.1. So about over 5 million for that park project.
So, and that's our goal through using these grants. We try to leverage our other funds, and so that way we can make those original grant dollars expand into further.
And then I mentioned the 300,000 in ARPA for the golf. See, Maria, I didn't spend the money twice. You didn't even have to tell me.
Councilmember Beltran, you had a question.
Yeah, I was curious. I see a lot of expansion with the Veterans Park, with the trails and all that, especially going along the slough area. And as much as that's utilized, I was curious, Zalad Park, they have a similar track area, but it's decomposed granite, just that kind of slippery little rock. Is there a plan to eventually cement or some type of solid foundation for that pathway? Sorry, you're way back there. That's the only one I noticed, yeah.
Yeah, we definitely have been looking at that. As of now, we don't have the funding source for it right now, but that's something that we 100% are looking at. We just added the fitness equipment along the trail there. We're putting some solar lights along that as well, and so that's going to be part of it, is eventually getting that better surface, yeah.
So that could be a CDBG, because that's a part, Zalad's in the CDBG area, right?
Correct. We've used CDBG for Zala Park prior. Some of the conditions that it has to be a new amenity. And so we'd have to look at it and run it by HUD to ensure that they would categorize that improvement to be not like maintenance, but a new amenity.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we haven't used that so far, is because it's an existing trail, so they look at it typically as something that needs to be brand new. So we couldn't just like resurface or whatever.
Okay.
Make it nicer.
I saw the addition of like wheelchair walkways or something. Those seem to be newer, and I was like, it goes from like decomposed granite to the cement, and I was like, oh, how come it's not consistent, I guess, yeah, so, thank you for those exercise machines. I've used them a couple times myself, and I see them used a lot, but it's really neat to see everybody using them.
Any other comment on that? No? We'll move on then to,
Well, I guess that's a good point. So that's a good example. Is that a project you want us to add? I guess that becomes a question.
I wasn't sure if this was a place, but that was something
Oh,
I'd be
this
curious
is,
to.
tell us what's not in that's not in the plan. So is that something you want us to begin planning toward?
I would like to see that in the park, just to get that consistency from, I've seen kids ride bikes and people pushing strollers, and just sometimes that granite is just a little slippery. I've seen people take spills and stuff.
Because that could be an ATP project, augmented with Measure R, bike and ped.
Yeah, I think it'd be a nice improvement to how that park looks.
All right,
With
so
the Clean California grant, there's going to be some extensions off of that new trail into the parkway as well. So we could potentially look at, like Mr. Lala said, ATP or
even Clean
Measure
California,
R,
how long are they going to keep turning Clean Californias? Yeah, I know that's what we applied for.
We're currently in the
for
second round, which
Tulare
they've
Parkway.
delayed. So, but we can keep it, we'll keep out looking for opportunistic funding sources for that.
These, I mean, they ebb and flow. You know, CMAQ used to be the thing, and it's not any, I told you already before, they're not doing any more CMAQ-funded projects. Veterans Park will be one of the last ones, as was Tulare Parkway Phase 3. So then it became ATP. There will be other things. Clean California, there'll be other grant opportunities, especially as bike and ped is considered so important to the state funding, transportation interests. Anything else on bike and ped?
no.
Okay. Airport improvements, a lot of focus on this in the airport. We spent time in Washington, D.C. talking with FAA, which went very well. Very impressed with the activity on the airport and what it could bring to this area for industrial development, as well as further airport traffic. So that's a large project, just the runway project itself. The road project's $12 million. The runway project's about $12 million itself. And so hopefully we'll be able to get that moving forward by doing the road earlier than the project called for. And then new public safety facility. I remarked earlier about Senator Hurtado's $10 million budget allocation to the city of Porterville last year to develop a new EOC. There is a very quick turnaround, which we are going to be seeking an extension on, because, you know, we just received, Maria but I'm going to say February. Just in the last couple of months, we've received the formal paperwork, and they said, oh, by the way, this needs to be done next June. And we're like, yeah, it's not even close. So we're going to get it out to design. We're going to ask for a 2-year extension. We estimated cost, this is again square footage kinds of things, even with $10 million, we're looking at probably a $20 million build. We do believe there's other grants that we can, I talked about assistance to firefighters, but one of the ideas is relocating our dispatch out of the PD up to this facility and having dispatch next to the EOC from a communication standpoint, as well as perhaps including management traffic systems. So ironically, Visalia did this in what's called the VEC. You'll hear Visalia use the VEC, and what they did is they made it a public safety technology center with dispatch and the whole thing. So there's been an example of this. Like I said, it's called the VEC in Visalia Emergency Center, where it's traffic management, which, you know, we're now having cameras helping flows of traffic, and then signal preemption equipment. So there's a lot of technology being wrapped into public safety and that. So, and there is funds that can be secured for especially public safety dispatch. So, but the first part will be to get an extension so that because they were saying, oh, this needs to be done by June of '24, and we're like, it's not going to be done by June of '24. Not possible.
Please,
And then-
go ahead.
We had talked, I'm passionate about the library. As you know, we've talked about it a couple times. And with that deadline, could we possibly use this fund to fully fund the library building? And I know my police and fire are like, dude, really? But where is OES right now? We don't have one? Is that?
Or an EOC? Emergency Operations Center. It's in the police department. That's where we were doing during the flood, doing all of our planning and situational analysis.
I guess what I'm getting at is if that's sufficient for now, could we utilize this money to fund the library?
Maybe. And that might be the backup plan to no extension. Okay, well then, maybe that, yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's, I guess we'll find out what they say then. I got him. Okay, then.
I'll say cautiously yes, but my understanding is that, remember, this funding was kind of in limbo for a little bit. In fact, there was some conjecture that it could be withdrawn, not going back to, and in the end it wasn't. But then they came back and said, oh, well, you've got the money, here's the stuff, and oh, by the way, you have to have the funds expended by June of '24. And we're like, really? But there's not just us, there's other folks in that same, there's fire stations that have been funded with this. I mean, there's a lot of gifts under the Christmas trees, we like to call it, that, and then it's like, so, some of them are, well, case in point, there's fire trucks that have been, I'm trying to remember, Farmersville or somebody got this funds to get a fire truck. I just told you, you're not getting a fire truck by June of '24. Not going to happen. So there's going to have to be some leeway, but it is a possibility as a contingency.
Well, and with the funding cuts, you hear Speaker McCarthy and the budget cuts here in California. I just wonder, but I guess we'll see. You guys are pretty capable at grant writing and figuring out ways to find money, so can't wait to see what you guys do.
So that kind of, I mean, that is the synopsis of what are the major projects and then what have been the priorities, but what is it, you know, especially for those that this is their first experience, what is it that,
That's what I was going to ask. How did you feel about your first session? Congratulations to each of you. I want to say thank you. First of all, also, I want to thank you for the strategy plans that were attached by department and the projects for capital improvements. To this regard, it helps us understand and comprehend. And I hope that if you had questions, you were able to, or see where the alignments were on this project sheet. I believe we covered a lot of ground, and all of the projects are important. Everything that is put and was brought to the table, some of them will be coming to completion, while others will be starting, which will put forth those other ones that have been added to the list, especially those right at the very end with the bike and ped, the airport improvements, and the EOC. Those will move up into all of these other projects. Council, are you comfortable? Because if we're not making a motion, we provided Mr. Lawless with a lot of direction during the meeting. Is there anything you would like to comment as we come to closure?
I'll go first real quick. I forgot, I had a note and I forgot to bring it up. Westfield School on the, I guess it is Putnam side, would that be the, there's no sidewalk there. But I know that, if I'm not mistaken, is that scheduled to be put in this year or next? Is that a project that school safety is a big thing for me. The Lombardi, that brings up an issue, but Westfield's been there like 20-something years or 40 years. There's no sidewalk on the backside of that school. Is that projects we do?
or Westfield?
I'm sorry, West Putnam. I don't know why I'm saying
Oh, yes,
Westfield.
West
Sorry,
Putnam.
West Putnam.
So West Putnam has sidewalk. That's a great question, actually. I actually was just thinking to myself about Measure I and kind of how it has been and what you would see in the budget. So West Putnam has curb gutter, sidewalk, and street lights on Toma and on West Putnam. Is that right?
Right.
And that's being done in conjunction with the Newcomb reconstruction.
Right, and it'll just be one side, so on the north side of Toma, which is south side of West Putnam School, and then south side of West Putnam, which is the north side of the school.
Yeah, so the school, and that would improve that, but we also have with Burton, I call it the Burton ATP project. So we did the, it's all making sure the horse is in front of the cart. So we did the sewer projects in there. Now we have funding to do curb gutter and sidewalk and street lights on Putnam going west from Westwood, because right now it's just, it's former county area. Curb gutter, sidewalk, street lights on both sides, my memory is, right? On both sides, and then when it gets back to, is that Dogwood?
Elderwood?
Elderwood to do curb gutter, sidewalk, street lights connecting back to Thurman. We've run into a very irregular right-of-way issue there, and that is that the developer of that neighborhood really didn't want curb gutter and street lights. So much so that if you go to improvement, if you go to improve it, the property reverts back to the property owner and you have to buy it again. That's how much they didn't want curb gutter and sidewalks there. So the right-of-way is there, but if you improve it, it reverts back to the property owner and you have to buy it back from them for the improvements. So that's a project we're going to end up in some right-of-way acquisition on. Even though we have it already, you lose it by improving it and have to buy it again. And then we put Measure I into that as well. So in every year in the Measure I budget, $2 million goes towards either reconstruction or rehab. So major street project. $400,000 goes to a curb and gutter streetlight project, generally around schools, if we can, to help with school safety. And then the remaining 600,000 or so out of that, actually, it's a little bit more than that now no, we did STP, didn't we? So 600,000, so it's 3 million to streets out of Measure I off the top. So 2 million to reconstruction rehab, 400,000 for curb gutter, sidewalk, streetlight project for schools. So that's where the West Putnam one is. And then 600,000 goes towards the staff for our own self-performing crew.
How about also the roundabout, and Caltrans will be here on that project, the Plano and 190. Any improvements to that sidewalk for kids that are going to be walking? Because on that side of Plano where the college is, there's no sidewalk.
Yeah, so so there's two roundabouts, actually. There's a roundabout at Plano and 190, and then there's a roundabout at College and Plano, and then there's a sidewalk that connects the two, but only on one side, only on the west side of Plano, connecting to the school. That's what's in the project. It's not on the east side, but I think that's a good question for them in terms of what are they designing to in their right-of-way.
And that may be something where they have the roundabouts and our responsibility maybe for we looked at some funding sources for that in the past. So we'll have to work with them on that to see what that project looks like.
It is supposed to be a very pedestrian, we stress this, and it's supposed to be a very pedestrian-friendly roundabout. That's what they said. Yeah, how busy that is, okay. So, because we had talked about having a pedestrian bridge there, and they said, no, the roundabout will do it, so.
Okay.
So here's just questions that I had from, so there was an inquiry on the Gateway project about a signal at Olive and Redwood? Yeah, Redwood, right? And then security nodes, I call them security nodes, the cameras by the skate park, and then Zalad Park Trail. Those are just things that we'll address as part of budget development.
I want to chime in on the sidewalk comment, because I know I brought it last year a couple of times and the year before. By Bartlett School, behind Bartlett School, there's no sidewalk there at all. And then just one area in the business community, which is on Vine and Hawkett. That's all I'm bringing to the table, because I know that perhaps it could be a collaborative effort with the school district, especially by Bartlett, because there hasn't been a sidewalk there in years.
Well,
And
yeah,
then,
it never, and it would require, that's a narrow,
Yeah.
we looked at that, it would require right-of-way dedication from the school towards the east. Because this had been an issue
Yeah, for
about
you.
parking and all, and now that sort of thing for a decade, or 2 decades, probably.
okay, that's all I'm going to say. I know Councilmember Wyrick would like to say something.
Yeah,
I
just
know
a
it.
couple of things, these categories unscientifically, saw a lot of projects that will directly improve the quality of life for children. A number of them for their entire families, saw one environmental project, and 4 that I think will really benefit the entire community, trying to improve the quality of life here. I saw, and I know that we didn't buy $1 million bus, but I saw every other year $1 million for different electric buses every other year, and I think that's changing a little bit. And I know we're still in fluid negotiations with TCRTA and pulling out of that. So I'll be curious about how our funds locally will divide out and support the local operations. I'm sure we'll see something in the coming weeks about that.
Just kind of an interesting experience last week. So executives from Panasonic were here, some from Japan, in fact, executive vice presidents, and then corporate Panasonic out of Denver were here, and they went to Portland, Salt Lake City, and Porterville, looking at, so that know you're in the Portland, Salt Lake City, and you're in that conversation. So, and very impressed with the operation that's here. They said basically you have all the toys. We're just looking for you have infrastructure, you have equipment, and you're actually operating it. I mean, this isn't, so they're looking for a laboratory and I didn't know this, that Panasonic developed the battery cells for Tesla. Tesla bought out their book of business. So literally the Gigafactory in Nevada, half of it was Panasonic, half of it was Tesla, and they just passed the battery cells through, and then Tesla packaged them up into the Tesla batteries that went into cars. So their technology is actually what drives Teslas. And so they're doing a lot of projects, and they wish to, it's kind of, they said, they kind of looked down their nose at Chinese technology, and they just said, we can do it better. And they would like to look at retrofitting and being a part of the solution set to battery electric. But they're also in the hydrogen space as well. And so conversations, and Mike spent a lot of time and kind of looking at our operation, which is the second time we've had international partners in Porterville. We had Jaspong here from Ghana, who very intrigued by what we're doing. I mean, they took pictures with our superchargers because that doesn't exist in Ghana. So they said, the things that people dream about or are working on at the very cutting edge are already in, and that's why they were here. As they said, we're fascinated by what you guys are doing and by Zero Knox. They said Zero Knox is well ahead in this conversation of looking at electrification and the technologies and applications.
Thank you. I think our residents should be very proud of the work that everybody's done on that. The last thing is, I think the pools are opening. We're refinishing a pool, and I remember talking to a resident a number of months ago about the lack of water for kids to play in the summertime. And we were just talking about the sports complex and football fields being underutilized. And I know swimming pools and that whole type of infrastructure is expensive. But, and I know that there's a splash pad coming somewhere. But it'd be really nice to have even more of that, especially the splash pads where it can just be, neighbors showing up with their kids, a couple of restaurants nearby, and splash pads. But at least a swimming pool option or two for different locations in the city to help relieve the heat with some of these kids. Thank you. Mayor.
So we do have a splash pad. It's at Fallen Heroes Park, and we market that as part of our cooling center for kids. And Donnie, there's a whole program we have. Plus, and I say this, you're the only city that, so you and Tulare are the only cities that have libraries. Everything else is a county library. You're the only city that has a pool. Nobody else, Lindsay, I guess, has one, but it's actually the Lindsay Hospital districts. So you're the only one that has a pool. And many communities say they have one. Now, Visalia wants to create one, and Cal Water, which is their purveyor, has apparently given them $5 million as a way to start getting going on developing an aquatic center. But that's a whole, again,
I know we have pools in schools and things like that, and it's a lot of money, but just wanted to bring that up.
But the reason I bring this up is that, it just gets to the business of a city. When you operate your own library, so you're not getting any additional tax for that. The county, when the county runs a library, it's its own taxing entity. And that's why I went through that. It has a supporting revenue source. You've made an independent decision here in the city of Porterville to allocate part of your general fund to run a library, and a very good one. One of the best in the Central Valley. Same with the pool. That is an expensive operation, the upkeep, the employment of lifeguards. I mean, it's a rigorous exercise. Nobody else does that. So when people want to talk about what their cities have and what they're spending monies on, that's probably, I don't know, Donnie, $4 million combined probably between swimming pool and library operations. Nobody else is spending that kind of money on those kind of operations. And so when you look at, why, in a golf course, great point. So I just raised that, and I think those are all things to, the notion of an aquatic center has come up because those have become, swimming's become so, and the teams are very good here. obviously very good. And the pool up at Granite Hills was intended to be that kind of draw to this community, kind of the own version of an aquatic center. But I agree. We've talked about a splash pad at Veterans Park. We've talked about, so is that something you want us to add?
Not necessarily, I know that there's reservations to get into our community pool. It's hard to get, they sell out fast. So what do other people do? Well, if they have the means, they put a pool in their backyard or they buy a house with a pool. But there's a lot of less fortunate that can't go to the river, and we don't want them going to the river. So an opportunity to get wet and not in their sprinkler in their front yard where they might get cited. It might be nice to have, to check it out a little bit.
Mike will tell you they've never cited one person for the kids playing in the water outside. He wants to be very clear. He learned his lesson he didn't learn a lesson. We learned the lesson from the lemonade stand.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I know. Mike wants to be very clear. Code enforcement doesn't turn out kids' lemonade stands, and Mike doesn't ticket kids playing in water out in front of their lawns.
I love this city.
Okay. Councilmember Meister.
Well, now I know how to get away with watering my yard. Really exciting to see all the improvements to benefit the quality of life of the constituents or the people of Porterville that pay these tax dollars. And so really proud to see the money going into the roads. I know that's a huge issue. And excited to see all the improvements. I just want to thank the staff for all the hard work, the sacrifices you guys put in. I was talking with a staff member last council meeting, and he talked about how he doesn't see his kids because he leaves work so early in the morning, and then by the time he gets home, they're in bed. And so there's many sacrifices in putting this together, this plan. Great job to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for the packet. Just outlining the priorities, but also all the financials in the back and the years ahead. I think when I first did this study session portion, it was very helpful. I didn't know what I was going to get into until we got the packets, and then having like at a glance visual of all the projects and planning. So even if we thought, well, my project's not on there, or these areas that you see in the community are not on there, but they were all outlined in the upcoming years. I feel really great about all these projects that are in here. I feel like they're all for the benefit of the whole city. I love seeing recreation projects and things, that we're building on or taking care of or improving. And I do want to say thank you for bringing up the splash pads. Somebody had brought that up to me too, and I kind of described some of the things that are in process of being developed, and I know that's a huge thing. Just being able to access water and cooling off and things like that. But I do want to say on a note that what we have with the library, as we were talking about that, but I didn't want to add, and no one had questions about the library, but the reports that we get on the numbers just at the temporary alone are always amazing to hear. And then in our library facility planning meeting, we get updates again on the operations and things that are going on. It's just unbelievable how many things are going on there. But also, I also want to acknowledge the city staff that does the promotion of the activities. Excellent. We share them all the time, and we can't share them all over Facebook, but I have like family members share them because there's like programs and youth programs and things like that they share them out to. And they're so well done and promoted, marketed really well to get people excited about those activities, especially like the pool signups, the library activities, and all the different things going on throughout the city. I'll just end there, but thank you very much for the packet. Very helpful and easy to follow along.
Well, I want to say that all departments, how important technology is and how you, I hope that you use it to the best benefit for everything that you do in your jobs, especially continue to have the sustainability of the infrastructure, because where would we be today if we didn't have technology? And I was a part of the conversation the other day with Panasonic and with the Panasonic and
Just Bong?
no, and the it was Panasonic and the investors from Japan.
It was all Panas. They were all
Oh, it was all
Panas.
Panasonic?
Yeah, they were all
Okay.
Panasonic.
One of the comments that was made, Panasonic has existed for 100 years, and I go, well, I won't tell you how old I am, but I pretty much grew up on Panasonic. But how important the technology and the infrastructure and everything was that, to no avail. Claudia, thank you for being here this evening. You're a champion for the job that you do, and Jason, and Mr. Knight, and Javier, and Donnie, and I see the chief on there. Thank you for all the information that had been provided by the departments. I know Maria won't come on, but I really want to say thank you, Maria, for being here in council chambers so that we could see you, even if it was just for a little while. And I want to thank everybody for the reports. Mr. Lawless?
Yeah, as you were talking about Maria, so there's another kind of person in the background, that's Luisa, who does the CIP. So from a program standpoint and project standpoint, it helps with make sure environmentals are being done. It's kind of the from a community development standpoint and project standpoint, she minds the store on the CIP, which is what you see there, the 10-year plan, and then Maria is kind of making sure all the dollars add up. Or are we not spending the dollars twice? You saw me almost do that.
Yes.
5 million became 7 million mistakenly. So Donnie reminded me, and just back to that, the 4th Street Community Center has a splash pad as part of it. It's part of its development. And I think that it's actually an important point. It goes to a conversation I had with Senator Hurtado about cooling centers, and I think she had the same with the mayor as well. So, and I told Donnie we should review that. So we have 3 parks projects that you have the mini pitch deal by the library. You have and then the sports complex going through I would say an improvement project and Veterans Park. So those are 3. The only one is not Zalad, I guess I would say right now, that would have, not meaning to leave it out, but those are 3 active parks improvement projects: sports complex, the mini pitch, and which added, I know they're about $500,000, right? And that was, yeah. Oh, okay. And they're not recirculating, right? We're not recirculating. The water's not recirculating. No, or like $500,000 a piece, aren't they? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, and they don't recirculate. There's actually this, well, my.
Tertiary water?
But we can begin to evaluate that. How about that?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moore. You're so popular year-round with all the activities in
Kinda
your
tickled, did
department.
you?
You're very popular. Okay. Well, it is 8:28.